What is up, YouTube? It is good to see you guys. Okay, I'm out here in Hampton, Virginia. I'll give you guys a little bit of time to jump in. I'm pretty sure my notifications didn't go out right yet. We're out here in front of the courthouse in Hampton, Virginia. Today is day one of the murder trial of Cory Bigsby. Okay, he is the father of CODI Bigsby, the little boy that I had been searching all over Hampton for. Starts today. So the thing about this is there's no cameras allowed in the courtroom. So what we're going to do today is basically we're going to play clips from all the stuff that has been going on with Cory while I'm in the courtroom. And then, of course, when there's breaks and things like that, I will run outside, jump back onto the live because it will continue to be live this whole time. And I will update you guys on what is going on. News 10 is out here this morning. Okay, so, and they haven't opened the courthouse yet. The sheriff's out. I haven't seen the dead out here. There's a line. So I've been looking, but I'm not 100 at what he looks like these days. Last time I seen him, he had a grayish beard. But I didn't see him when I first walked by, so you guys keep a lookout. So, thank you guys for tuning in with me today. Make sure y'all hit that like button, okay? When this man goes into this courthouse, we're going to be here for it. I just ain't for sure which dude's him. I don't think he's in line yet. So, I don't quite see him. No, he's not out here. But there's one way in this courtroom, and it's right through that door right there. So, we got the News 10 over there shooting their story this morning. Okay, they have a drop box for your cell phones. You can't take phones in this court. And you can't, I don't know if he's going to come in with his lawyer or what he's going to do. But I don't see him in line this morning. Make the process easy. If you do not have a large bag, stay on this side. Thank you to whoever just gifted that membership. Let's see. Jamie Smith. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't see this man. Y'all see him behind me, y'all let me know. But I don't see him. I don't think that's him. He's a little too young. No, he's not out here yet. But yeah, like unless his lawyer takes him through another door, it seems like this is the only way into the courthouse. So he would have to come through that door right there. Stay safe sounds like somebody's getting ratchet. No, he's out. He's out of bail. He got an ankle bracelet on, and he's living his best life. He damn sure ain't out of jail. So this is day one of his murder trial, jury trial. So he's definitely got to be here today. The news is here. They ain't out here for nothing. Fox 43, which is Wavy TV 10 for all the locals. So if you're watching, this is going on Wavy TV 10. They do have a YouTube page, Wavy TV 10. So, but right of now, we have no sight of them. So, like I said, it's been a little bit since I've seen him, so I pulled up some of his pictures so I could lock his face into my damn mind. And yeah, I haven't seen him because I know the age range. I know he has the grayish beard, shaved head. Good morning, Dolly. Thanks for being there live with us. Oh, it ain't a problem. No problem at all. In fact, let me come sit down. He has to come this way if he comes in. And I mean, I wouldn't come in with the rush, so. Single mom, what's up? Thank you for joining. Hold on a second, guys. Trying to fix my stand. It's wanting to be all funny. It's wanting to be funny money. Okay, so like I said, he ain't here yet. But I think it's only like 8 o'clock. This way. No, the trial's not going to be live streamed. Yeah, they don't allow. See, New Hampshire's different than Virginia. Virginia usually very rarely allows cameras in the court. When we was in Boston, you could take the laptop in there, you could take the cameras in, but not in Virginia. Is it raining? Is it really cold? No, it ain't too bad. I'm sure it's going to warm up in a little bit. It was nice here yesterday. You're in the UK? I'm in Hampton, Virginia. All right. So he's not in line yet. But this is day one of the Cory Bigsby murder trial. He is the father of Cory Bigsby. He is the one who murdered his son, and they still haven't found his body. If you go back and look at my videos, there's videos of me searching for little Cody all over Buckrow. But his daddy's in court today, and he's out on bond with an ankle bracelet. Now, he is charged with the murder, but when he was arrested, his constitutional rights were violated. He asked for a lawyer like 7 different times, and Virginia didn't give him a lawyer. They just kept questioning him, charging him with a bunch of stuff. So now he has this good-ass civil rights attorney, and I'm just going to stroll around this way, make sure he don't slide in some other way, because he's definitely not out front. Because they do have like a little sally port and all kinds of stuff here. So let's just take a little stroll around the courthouse perimeter, just in case we see him jump out somewhere. Yeah, see, we got the news behind me. They got their camera set up over there. I don't know why they're set up right there. They probably should be set up in the front of the damn building. Oh yeah, see, this courthouse has a couple different sally ports. You can pull right up into it. I ain't never been to the Hampton courthouse. First time I've ever been here. Now, I've lived in this general area for a long time. I just don't come out here. So Yeah, it's a little cloudy today, guys. We're just going to circle the building real quick. But look, when he got out, I could not believe it. I totally could 100% not believe it. Now, this kid, Cody, he don't get as much attention as a lot of these other kids missing. You know, he ain't a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. So they didn't show him on national news too much. There was a few YouTubers that covered it. Shout out to everybody that covered the Cory Bigsby case. But not much, you know. The views ain't really big on this case. So that kind of shows you who's real and who ain't, you know what I'm saying? People cover it to cover it, or like, because you know it's not going to do big numbers. It's not Summer Wells, it's not Michael Monkey Vaughn, it's not none of those kids, but every kid is important no matter what. So we are here to watch this monster go to prison. Right now, here's the thing. You know, the Adam Montgomery case we was just at, you know, it was scheduled for 3 weeks. This case is scheduled for 4 days. Okay, so they're going to do all this in 4 days and convict this man, hopefully. Okay, I didn't see him nowhere back there. There's nowhere really back there. It's just an empty lot, just a field. So he either comes through this front door or he's already in the building somehow. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I probably should have had my gimbal with me. I got it on a selfie stick, but I have my gimbal in the bag. If it's a little shaky for you guys, I can see it's kind of bouncing. Okay, line's shorter, but still know him in line. Okay, we're back out front. Still no signs of this man yet. But court, like I said, court don't start till 9. These are all the early people. And I thought traffic was going to be really bad getting here today because you got to come through the tunnel system. But believe it or not, it wasn't too bad. Let's see. No weapons, no smoking, no cell phones, no food, no beverage, no chewing gum, no mace, no recorders, no cameras, no radios beyond this point. Appropriate dress required. Okay? So that means you can't take nothing in here. No food, no water, no drinks, no phones, no computers, no laptops, no nothing. Okay? And they're not allowing cameras. One, they done violated this man's rights one time. You know what I'm saying? So I doubt they're going to videotape them violate this right some more. But of course, I believe they're going to find this man guilty today. Okay? It's just a, you know, it's just a process. But if they let him go, if for some reason, you know, because he's kind of admitting, kind of like Adam Montgomery, that he's disposed of his body. And they let him go on like disposing of a body or something like that, it's only because he's suing the state of Virginia because his constitutional rights were violated. So they don't want to get, they don't want to give him $100 million. So they're probably going to let him walk if that's the case. Oh, we'll give you a little leniency if you don't sue us for $100 million. Okay, guys, what time is it? Eastern Standard Time. We got a couple different news crews out here. One crew's just showing up, so. But all they can do is, I think they can take pictures from the courtroom and take notes, but they can't have cameras up in there either, I don't think. Well, I think they may be able to have, take them up in there for news reporting, but they won't be able to stream it live. Big ass church. $8:13. Okay. So we got a little while in. We got about 30 minutes before I got to walk back to the car, put this phone up because I can't take the phone into the courtroom. But I'm only parked right across the street from the court. And of course, we're going to be playing live videos about the CODI stuff. The first video that's going to be pulled up is from Grizzly. When I was digging this morning to find some videos for you guys, Grizzly had a really good video that went over all the CODI stuff. The dates, because I don't have everything memorized in the top of my head about the date he went missing and everything. But it goes over all that stuff. She goes over all that stuff. So once I click off of here and I go into the courtroom, we're going to jump into a little bit of Grizzly, a little bit of what Vinny covered on Court TV, on CODI, things like that. Everything to do with Cory Bigsby while I'm in the court. And then when I come out during breaks, I'll jump back up here with you guys, let you know what's going on, what they're saying, what evidence that they have against them. All those wonderful things. So, good morning. Good morning to you guys. I heard Cody's brother via web video. Not sure if that's still happening. I'm not sure. Today's day when we'll find out what's going on. News 13 right there. Okay, so there's News 13. They're out here. News 10 is out here. And Dolly. So they had all their stuff packed up, so maybe they can go in with the cameras. I know they can't broadcast it. So thank you guys who are just tuning in. Make sure y'all hit the like button. There's like 400 of you here. Make sure you like the video, and Dolly will take you on more field trips, okay? Out the studio, out in the wild. Good morning there. Good morning. Yes, early in January 2021. Yeah, and I've seen the lady out here already this morning that runs the CODI group on Facebook. I've seen her. She had her little CODI pin on. She walked past me. Good morning. Good morning. See, I'm going to wait till the last minute to go in, though, because if I go in now, okay, I don't know what's going on. Pop me back up. There we go. If I go in now, I can't take my phone. So we're going to wait a few before we go in. But make sure y'all hit that like button. We got the news lady. Hello. I'm doing pretty good. I take it you out here to cover the Cody case?
Yeah, so I'm previewing it. I won't be in the courtroom.
They're not live streaming it from the court, are they? No cameras, or what are they doing?
I don't think so. From my understanding is that we won't be, or we won't be able to. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that they are going to allow cameras inside, so we're going to be recording it.
Oh, so y'all can show it on the news?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be inside soon?
Yeah, I'm going to be in.
Are you like an independent?
Yeah, I do. I'm a YouTuber. I go by Dolly Vision.
Dolly Vision?
Yeah, and I do the Don't Wake Up Dead podcast.
Oh.
I cover true crime.
Oh, you do? Okay.
All right, good seeing you.
Check your stuff out.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's the wavy 10 lady. Okay, so they're going to allow their cameras in, but they're not going to stream it, from her understanding. So. Dad reported him missing January 31st, 2022. Yeah, but he went missing like 6 or 7 months before that. Okay, so that's just when the dad reported him, because he hadn't been seen for a long time since then. So. All right. Welcome, Nikki. I don't understand these parents these days. Guys, I don't understand them either. How can you do these things to your kid? It's just beyond me. What time is it? This man should be here by 8:30. If he got scored at 9 o'clock in the morning, he ain't went through this door. Not that I've seen. $8:20? Okay, 8:20. Thank you, guys. Thank you. If you're just tuning in, of course, hit the like button. Let's see if we can get this up to 1,000 likes. Let everybody see little Cody's face today. Let his voice be heard. This little kid's just as important. So share it out. Share it on your Facebook. Whatever you want to do this morning. So I know he's in custody of his daughter, okay? They released him to the custody of his daughter. I know he's wearing an ankle bracelet, okay? He's 50 plus. I haven't seen him go into the courthouse, okay? Thank you for being there for Cody. No problem. So there's still the possibility he still comes through this door, or they've took him through one of these ports in the courthouse. Seeing that it's a murder case, I don't know if they're going to allow him to walk through the front doors like this. They might. But then again, you know, how's he going to leave the court? He got to walk out with everybody. His mom, somebody said his brother would be here through Zoom. I just know it's a quick trial, 4 days. That ain't very much. So in the next 4 days, this man's going to prison for the rest of his life. No streaming inside, I think. Always, I don't think. Ever seen his mama. Well, once I go inside and I sit down, I'll find out who everybody is. So when they come out, I can talk to them, say something to them, or whatever it may be. I just don't know who all the players are yet. I don't know who his brother is, who his cousins are. Left side of the building. Okay. I mean, we got some people walking up with deputies now, but it ain't him. That's what I'm thinking. Deputies are going to walk them in. So, but I mean, I'm not positive of that. Just like deputies are walking these women in. See? They're walking in with deputies. I'll walk to the other side. Maybe that's why the news are over there. The news is on the other side. But then again, the lady's right here in the front behind me. That's the news lady behind me in the green waving at people. So, my email is jimmyjams757@gmail.com. jimmyjams75. But I can't check my mail right now, guys, because, you know, of course, I'm out here. I'm at Hampton, Virginia Circuit Courthouse. Both of these, that's a courthouse behind me. This is a courthouse. And over there is the juvenile courthouse. So all three courts are right here in the same general area. But I'm at the right court. You see, I'm at the one with the news. The news people are standing right in front of it. So, and I like her green dress. She looks pretty turtly. There's 470 of you guys here. Let's see. I think he's coming through the side. You know, I don't think they're going to let no murderer walk right through the front door, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Karen Reed walks right through the front door, and she's a murderer. I'm right here near, I'm in Hampton, right near the base, right near the college, Hampton University. So make sure y'all stay tuned in, you know, when I'm in the court, because like I said, during breaks, I'll come out, I'll update everybody. We'll have some videos playing so it's something to entertain you guys while I'm inside. So probably what I'll do is I'll go in for an hour, come back out for about 15 minutes, go in for an hour. We'll do something like that. That way I can keep you guys updated probably every hour or something like that. So make sure if y'all tuning in, you like, comment, subscribe, hit that like button. I used to be so scared to drive through St. Petersburg, Virginia. Well, Hampton ain't the best place in the world. I mean, there's a lot of crime out here, believe it or not. This area is not too bad, but it ain't too scary. I mean, at nighttime, it's a lot worse, I'm sure, out here than during the day. And then, you know, Hampton sits right next to what we call bad news, Newport News, Virginia, which is really bad. Morning from Virginia, buy you a biscuit. Okay, well, I'll buy me some lunch with that when I get out of court, because I'm already here. There's court. Court don't start for a little bit longer. As I say, he will go in the front door. He has with his lawyer, and going through the front door at Dolly. Okay, well, I'm out here. He goes through this front door. We're going to see him. That's for damn sure. I mean, I won't be positive it's him until after I see him in the courtroom. But I'm pretty sure I know what he looks like if I spot him. I tried to burn his face into my head before I left this morning. Hello from Wilmington, North Carolina. Hey guys, thank y'all for being here with me this morning. Of course, we're here because of Cory Bigsby, the little boy that was murdered in Buckrow Beach, which is the Hampton, Virginia area. And his daddy is day one of his murder trial today. Cameras ain't allowed. Huh? Dolly Vision.
Dolly Vision?
Yeah, like the singer, like Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton, like Dolly Vision.
Yep. All right. So he just walked up and asked what YouTube channel I was with. Okay, if we can just get 100,000 more people to walk up and sub, we'd be all right. Okay, I'm only 65,000 away. Only 65,000 away. That ain't too far. That ain't too far. Hey, what's up in Nova Scotia? Did that say Nova Scotia? Yeah, it did. What's up? You need your business cards? I know. Me and PJ are working on that now. We're getting a banner made so we can have it behind us at CrimeCon. So we're working on banners, business cards, different things like that. It's in the process. Rome wasn't built overnight. Okay? So News Lady, she's over there shooting her segment now. Country Diva, no problem. Thanks, guys, for being here with me. You know, hopefully we get to see some justice, right? Well, this should be pretty swift justice. 4 days for a murder trial, that ain't very much, okay? And they'll probably wrap it up before then. So hopefully we'll get to see this man go to prison in the days of his freedom. Let's just say he has 4 more days of freedom left, okay? He better live his best life in the next 4 days, because in 4 days, this man's going to be found guilty of murder, and he ain't never leaving, okay? He ain't never leaving, and that's what he gets. And if they cut him any deals, they cut this man any deals, and they don't give up this baby's body, what kind of justice is that? He's literally, they let him out on bond, and he haven't even given up the baby's body. So nobody still knows where that baby's at, and he gets to live his best life, live with his daughter and shit. Seems insane. Seems insane to me. And originally, they arrested him, held him with no bond, okay? But they're gonna, you know, I don't get it. Just like Adam Montgomery and Kayla, they pointed the fingers at each other. But this man's literally gonna be out of jail. Tiffany, thank you, Tiffany. This man's literally gonna be out of jail, and this baby still hasn't been found. Now, if he wanted out, what they should have told him was like, look, we'll give you a bond. You tell us where the baby's at. That should have been the only way they let him out before court. So he never told where the baby's at, and they done gave this man a bond so he could live his best life, and nobody still hasn't found that little baby yet. So within the next 4 days, we will see some justice for little baby CODI Bigsby. And, okay, who's this? Who's some people rolling in suits and shit now? I don't know who this is. This might be him. Just in case. I don't know. I'll know once he's in court, but I think this might be him. Somebody old. I think this might be him. They went through that door. They got to come around this side. Oh, no, they can't go through that door. I'm not for sure. I think that's him. He has an NFL hat on. Yeah, somebody's filming him walking in. I think that's him. Not positive. That's him. I think that's him. You see? No filming inside the building, but I think that's him right there. I think he just went in. I seen the news people kind of pointing over towards him. So that's him. I'm pretty sure he parked over here. Let's go see where he parked at. Where'd he come from? Okay, so he's in the building. That was him. I wasn't positive, but he got to come out today. That means he's coming out that same door. So he waited for the crowd. He waited for that crowd to get out in front of that courthouse. So he's dressed really nice. He's with some woman. I take it that's his attorney. Somebody was videotaping him when he was walking in. Okay, they parked over here. So we're just going to take a little walk back here. So they got right out of this damn Escalade right here. So, yeah, that was him. I wish I'd have been 100% positive it was him. We almost got the same hat on. Which is the crazy thing. He's wearing a Dallas Cowboys hat, though. What I got on the Raiders. We got the same logo in the back. That's how I knew he had the NFL hat on. I was like, okay. So he's wearing a Dallas hat. He parked over here in this parking lot. So when court's over, we waiting out here. Okay? I just want everybody to know that. Check the scene. But, yeah, they jumped right out these vehicles over here. That way they didn't park in front of the courthouse. And then they walked in. He took the long way to walk. Because that gives a lot of time for it to be like, hey, where's that baby? In my best Nancy Grace voice. Because you can believe he's getting that shit. I just had to know who he was. I ain't seen him in so long. Because they don't show him much on the news here. They don't really cover CODI much. I mean, they're covering it now because the court's going on. But before that, they wasn't covering very much of it at all. So make sure y'all like this video, guys. I'm out here tracking down baby killers. We got some shit to say to him when he comes out this courtroom today. I know that. I think we got the TikTok lady out here that the lady that PJ knows. I mean, I'm not positive that's her. But there's a lady over there podcasting something. Right there. See her? What time is it? Give me a time check, guys. Rhoda? Is that her name? Okay, 39. Okay. So I'll head in about 5 minutes. We'll walk in and try to get a spot up in the court. I mean, it don't look crazy busy because this looks like a pretty big courthouse. So I'll come out and give you guys updates about once an hour of what's going on. $8:36. Okay. All right, 8:36. All right, guys, if you're watching, I need 200 more people so I can live stream on TikTok. I can't live stream on TikTok yet. I got 800 people. You got to have 1,000 people to TikTok to go live anyway. I posted a little video on my TikTok today. It's Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. So go watch that video I just posted on TikTok. Make sure you sub up, okay? Because when 200 more people, I can go live from TikTok. I'm getting me a second phone so I can multi-stream on the move. So one phone I have me on TikTok, one phone I have me on YouTube. I wonder if his wife will testify. I wonder if the mom's going to be here. There's a few things I'm curious of myself, but we're going to find out for sure. We're going to be up in here. So hopefully, well, 4 days ain't too long. you know. All right, let me go ahead to the vehicle and put this stuff up so I can walk up into the courthouse and I can find what courtroom he's in, all that good stuff. But stay with me till I get to the car. And then we're going to jump over to Grizzly's video after I get to my car. So shout out to Grizzly. Grizzly, if you're watching this, don't strike me. You're the only one that had a good video on Cody. So thank you for making that video on Cody. That was awesome. Like I said, and thank you to all the creators that's been covering this little boy. Okay, somebody just sent a photo. Hold on. I don't know who that is. Is that her that was just out there? Okay, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm not for sure if that was a lady. Yeah, I guess that's her. She's right there in the street videotaping. I see her. She's about to go into the courtroom. So yeah, that's that Rhoda chick, the local. You know how we were watching what was the other ones? Grizzly Hood News. Okay, remember Grizzly Hood News when we were watching the stuff in Texas? That's our version of Grizzly. Okay, Grizzly Hood News. That's that Rhoda chick from local. She does like local news, right? But she ain't like with the news station. She's just a random ass person that does local news. So a lot of people know who she is around here, you know. I don't really cover stuff in this area too much, so I don't get as much of hey Dolly. I'm sure a lot more people know who she is than me, especially in this area. So court starts at 9. My next update, guys, because I'm gonna do it on the hour, is at 10. Okay, court starts at 9. My next update with you guys, I will walk out at 10 o'clock and do a 10-minute, 15-minute update, and then I'll go back in. And of course, you know, lunchtime, we got an hour at lunch. We'll hang out. So just, you know, check in every hour after 9, like 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and I'll be up here with you guys. The stream will keep going. It'll be showing stuff from Court TV, local news, on all on Cody. We'll be showing Grizzly's video, which is about an hour. Grizzly, don't strike me. I'll dispute it. But thank you. I just needed something to play while I'm waiting that can entertain. Don't let me get hit by a car. Oh my God! Oh my God! All right. I think I've already took everything metal out of my pockets because they're funny about that shit here. You can go up in look, in New Hampshire, you can walk in there with anything you want. You can take food, you can take your laptop, you can take your phone. They hardly search you. I was like, good Lord. You go up in the courthouse around here, they strip you naked. Okay, they want a DNA sample. They want it all. They ain't playing. All right, I made it to the vehicle. You offload everything. Oh man, make sure I ain't got nothing in my pockets. Cigarette lighter, sunglasses. What's in this pocket? Sharpie. All right. Money. Okay, guys. I will see you guys at 10 o'clock for your update. Make sure you stay tuned. Watch just in case I come out. Make sure you like the video. Leave some comments. Share this, okay? And I'll be back in a little bit. Peace.
That this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Bigsby. Okay, he was one of 4 boys living with his father, Cory Bigsby. His father was 42, turning 43 at the time. He had one older brother, age 5, and then twin younger brothers. This happened in Buckrow Beach, Hampton, Virginia. So if there's anyone in the area, welcome to you. I hope you'll keep your eyes wide open because this little boy still needs to be found. His remains need to be found. He needs to be brought home to his family. Algoma One, thank you for being a member for 11 months. So yes, it takes place Buckrow Beach, Hampton, Virginia, on January 31st, 2022, at approximately 9 a.m. Cody reported Cory missing to the Hampton Police Department. His father said that he was last seen. Now, that's really odd. His father said he last saw him at 2 a.m. when he was fast asleep in bed. But then he also said he last saw him wearing all black clothing and in Spider-Man flip-flops. Like, isn't that a bit strange? Because obviously he wouldn't be wearing flip-flops in bed, right? Oh, man. So you could see this missing person flyer of Cory Bigsby that was shared everywhere, all over social media, all over Twitter. There's big groups on Facebook as well. People have been looking for Cory for a long time. So they say age now 5. That was 1/31/2022, and they say location last seen. According to police, Cory was last seen in the 100 block of Ranelagh Drive at the Buckrow Point townhomes in Buckrow Beach. According to police, Cory was last seen in the 100 block of Ranelagh Drive at the Buckrow Point townhomes in the Buckrow area of Hampton. Officers were called to the home just after 9 a.m. on Monday, January 31st. When they arrived, Cody's father, Cory, told them the child was last seen around 2 a.m. that day. So at the time, everyone was wondering, well, what happened between the time that you last saw him and when you reported him missing? It was like 7 hours had passed because he said he last saw him at 2 a.m. January 31st, and then he called the police around 9 a.m. Circumstances of disappearance. Cory was charged on Thursday, February the 3rd, with 7 counts of child neglect after previously being named a person of interest in the case of his missing son. Cody. Hampton police said his timeline for Cody's disappearance didn't match the evidence collected. So from day one, the police, they had their red flags flying, And of course, the dad's family is kind of upset with that because they think that they're out to get him or pinning this on him or things like that. So remember, he's innocent till proven guilty in a court of law. And at the moment, he's actually going through a whole lot of mental health evaluations. So, but yes, the police were like, this timeline isn't adding up. Things are not adding up here. Okay, so let's continue on. The same day that the family was scheduled to move into a new house. When it's one of those, when it's like on the same day that they were supposed to move out is the day he decides to report Cory missing. Oh, man. That was also a red flag, Yes, Sarah Jean, welcome to everyone that's been following the case closely. You say they've even found blood in the house or room that was Cody's. Jean, me too. I was also thinking of, sorry, the chat's flying there. I was also thinking of the Quentin Simon case. Yes, it reminds me of this as well. So then on January 31st, 2022, the Hampton police held a press conference to ask the community for help in locating 4-year-old Cory Bigsby. The police used drones, search and rescue dogs, cadaver dogs, searchers on foot, volunteers, and every resource available to search for little Cory. They've still not been able to locate him. Police have asked for surveillance video from the area. The FBI also got involved immediately to assist in the investigation. They combed through dumpsters, bodies of water, and scoured the neighborhood for clues. So this is the police chief, Mark Talbot, from the press conferences. I'm not going to play all the press conferences now because we'll be here forever, but I do have some clips to show you after this presentation. So he said, we are interested in any, and this still is valid, you guys. So if you live in the area, if you're around there, they said, we are interested in any video that anybody might have of something that they believe could be related. We aren't convinced that it happened at exactly when we found out about it. So if anybody out there believes that they have video or information that could be related to Cody's disappearance, we want to see it as quickly as possible. So that is still valid. If there's any ring cam footage or anything from, however, we're going to learn 7 months before. That's very important. From June 2018. Oh, no, not 2018. From June of that 7 months before. So he was reported missing January 31st, 2022, June 18th, 2021. It's just unbelievable to think that all these resources were used. They're like, oh my word, he went missing now in the timeline and asking for that footage. It's another one of those that thought he's very smart by reporting his son missing, from what I can gather, 7 months later. And we only just found that out this week, which is why I'm reporting on the case now, because I'm like, damn, after following all that, I'm like, whoa, only this week did they indict him, the dad, on murder charges. And the date was very interesting. Thank you so much, Stefan. June 2021. It's very hot here today. You can see. I'm just like, wait, what? Thank you. Yes. Okay. So continuing on now. And welcome, everyone. If you're only joining now, we are looking at the case of Cory Bigsby, who went missing, claimed to have gone, the father said he went missing in January of 2022, but really it was 7 months before that. Yes. So they said teams in hazmat suits searched dumpsters in the area while Cory voluntarily went to the police station for questioning. And this case has had a lot of controversy and contention and things in it. It's been quite a rocky road, especially the whole, he went to the police station voluntarily, apparently so, but once he was there, they held him there for many hours and did polygraph tests, and he was denied an attorney, and then the police said he wasn't denied an attorney, but then it turns out he was. So there was all kinds of stuff. So it's actually quite amazing that the case hasn't been dismissed and it's still going on, and they're still fighting for justice for little Cory. Yes. Debbie C says, we are surrounded by water here. There's no telling what he did with him. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay. Yes, we're going to get to those neglect charges as well. So who is Cory Bigsby? They say he's a father of 8. At the time, we know that it was Cory and the younger twin brothers and an older 5-year-old brother. So 4 kids living in the house with him. So I'm not sure where the other 4 are. If you're local and you know, please let me know. But they say father of 8 is a retired U.S. Army veteran. He was an operations sergeant, and they say he was honorably discharged. But later I found out that really he had like an AWOL charge as well in the military. So I'm not sure if that had to do with his discharge or if he just went AWOL or what. But of course, that posed a huge flight risk, which is also why he wasn't let out of jail. Yes. Ryan says, I have not heard about this one. Thanks for covering it. I'm so glad. If you've never heard of it, I'm so glad that you're here hearing it for the first time, and I hope that you will share it so that others can learn about it as well. I'm not T-Pain says, I'll never understand how any parent could do that to their children. I will never understand how anyone could do anything bad to a child. Same. We're going to get to where the mom was and everything as well. So, yes, he was denied an attorney. He asked twice. Oh, my word. We'll look at those clips too. So, and the police admitted it later. Okay. So he was honorably discharged in 2017 and was receiving approximately $1,700 per month in retirement payments. People who were stationed with him described him as easygoing and quiet while he was in the Army. Cory's mother was also apparently an Army veteran, and she is stationed in Washington, D.C. The only thing I found on her is that her name could be Dina, but there's not a lot of information to find on her. I think it's because she's probably in the Army. Is that what it is? Because I don't know. But anyway, she's apparently in Washington, D.C. Now, in 2018, she filed an assault charge against Cory, saying that she tried to defend herself by grabbing a knife, and that Cory then proceeded to bite and choke her. Whoa. So I understand that she got out. She left probably for safety is what I'm trying to read between the lines here, but it's so sad that those 4 kids were left there, and I'm not sure. I've seen a whole lot of things on Facebook, of course, which we have to take with a pinch of salt, but there could have been a custody battle, or he may have moved and then changed his number, and then she couldn't find him. It's all kinds of things like that. I'm not too sure, right, about what was happening there. But they say Dina refused to cooperate or appear in court based on those charges. So the case was, and I don't know how to really pronounce that, not null prost. It was, it never continued on this assault charge case, unfortunately, because she didn't want to appear in court or cooperate, which I would assume, and I'm only assuming and speculating, would be fear-based, right? The police said, we believe they are the key to figuring out where he is or where he might be. So, yes. Debbie C says he admitted he left kids alone prior to asking for the attorney, but they did change judge. Exactly. We're going to get to that now as well. Indeed, that's true. So this is just from his LinkedIn page that I got the screenshot. Cory Bigsby, Operations Sergeant at U.S. Army is what he said there. Okay, so to continue on, the timeline. It's timeline time. Cory admitted that he left the kids, all under the age of 6, home alone for hours on several occasions. So this is how they nailed him the first time. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, neglect charges. Okay, so they managed to arrest him like that while they're still looking for CODI. You could see that banners were put up, flyers were distributed. The community's been very active, very proactive, and still having candlelight vigils and everything ongoing, right? So anyway, back to Cory admitted that he left the kids all under the age of 6, unattended, no babysitter, just left them at the house, home alone for hours on several occasions. On December 13th, 2021, he actually left the 3 youngest children at home to go and buy a vehicle in Norfolk, saying that the children were too much of a burden to take out with him when he leaves the home. Okay, but you're their dad, and you're, by the sounds of it, a single dad. Too much of a burden? Can't just leave kids like that. Oh my word. They were twins. They were age 2. And then there was CODI, aged 3 at the time of his actual disappearance, but when reported missing 4. And then a 5-year-old. You're just going to leave them all there? Just like, it's just too much of a burden to take them along. Oh man, yes. Debbie C says our community has searched and searched. I've seen you guys have been amazing. And I've seen you continue to search. Yes. Thank you so much, Richardson family. So, wow. So in December, these are things that he admitted. You see in this interrogation with the police, he said, yeah, he left them there. And he made these statements, right? They're just too much of a burden to take with him when he leaves the home. And on January 25th, 2022, 6 days before he reported CODI missing, he also left the kids at home for a few hours. Then, on January 31st, 2022, CODI was reported missing. The police took Cory in for questioning, which lasted several days and included polygraph tests. And they seemed like real ones, not fake ones like Letitia Starr. They did polygraph tests on him as well. Bigsby's defense team argued that his constitutional rights were violated and he was mistreated when he was questioned by police right after he reported CODI missing. During the several hours of questioning, they say that the father wasn't asked to take a rest or sleep, and it was never made clear that he could leave at any point. So they say if you know anything, you're asked to call the crime line at 1-888-LOCK-YOU-UP, 1-888-562-5887, or submit a tip online at p3tips.com or via the P3 Tips app. So if you still, to this day, if you're watching this and you know something, please say something. It could really help to find CODI. And I know at this point they're saying the father's been indicted on murder charges, but still he needs to be buried properly. And, yes. Okay. So before I continue on with this presentation, let me just see where we're at now. Okay.
Any video that anybody might have of something that they believe could be related, we aren't convinced that it happened at exactly when we found out about it. So if anybody out there believes that they have video or information that could be related to CODI's disappearance, we want to see it as quickly as possible.
You can see the truck here behind me parked along Research Drive. Today's search area centered around the woods in a business park near Langley Air Force Base. Nearly 3 weeks later, the search continues for 4-year-old CODI Bigsby. Members of Water Team Inc. taking to the woods in Hampton looking for any sign of the little boy whose story immediately struck Jarena Dixon.
I have a baby that's 3, and as my motherly instinct, something compels me to keep going. Like, it's the pit of my soul. It's affected me like a lot.
Dixon volunteering her time on a Saturday to search. The same as close to a dozen others who came out to this business park off Neil Armstrong Parkway this morning.
So we started off on the woods here behind us. We covered 2 groups there. We pushed over to this section. It's just a very good piece of property.
One that happens to be several miles from where CODI lives at Buckrow Point Apartments. But Joe Slabinski, who founded this search organization, says the location isn't too far when you consider all possibilities of what might have happened to the little boy.
What changed our focus was the fact that the police put out a call for anybody that has seen CODI since early November. That changes the dynamics of what you're potentially looking for. You have to take into account something could have been put in the environment and then covered over by leaf matter.
To cover as much ground as possible, a strict method of searching.
The team right now is completely composed of military vets, most of us combat vets. We have a sense of getting through woods.
Eyes and hearts focused on a 4-year-old boy this community so desperately wants to find.
And, you know, bring closure to everyone.
And it doesn't matter how long it's been since CODI was reported missing. This team says they won't stop searching until this case is resolved. In Hampton, Anthony Sabella, News.
Moving on to the status of the investigation, I'm going to provide some clarification on the person of interest in this case. The person of interest in this case is CODI's father. His name is Cory Bigsby. He is a 43-year-old Hampton man. At the conclusion of this press conference, his photo is going to be available for you on our Twitter platform for your reference. Cory is still with us at police headquarters. He is there voluntarily, and he is choosing to answer our questions. Here's what we need from the public. We're still seeking information on CODI's last known whereabouts. We're also seeking information on his father's whereabouts. Any information that you have could potentially be of value. We're seeking information specifically regarding where he goes, where he shops, who he's with, and what he does. We're also asking for residents of the Old Buckrow neighborhood and surrounding areas to check their own property. Residents are much more familiar with their own property. They would be more likely to spot something that's out of place or suspicious. And in that case, if you find something,
Now at 4, a major development out of Hampton in the case of Cory Bigsby.
It comes from new testimony in court today. Cory Bigsby is charged in the death of his 4-year-old son, CODI. The boy's body has never been found.
Several officers at the Hampton Roads Regional Jail shared several confessions in court today, saying Bigsby found CODI unresponsive, then buried his body. 10 on your side, Tiana Patterson has the new information on the case.
And in court today, we heard not 1, not 2, but 3 confession letters from Cory Bigsby during his time at the Hampton Roads Regional Jail. The first officer from Hampton Roads Regional Jail read aloud the confession that Cory asked him to write down. He says he found CODI unresponsive, tried to give CODI CPR several times, went outside and prayed to God, then came back inside and realized his son was not coming back. He adds he put his son in a trash bag and then placed the bag inside of his car for 3 days, then drove to a location and buried his body and threw away items in the dumpster. Bigsby then signed that written version from the first correctional officer. Then another officer who was the night shift supervisor had him write down his own confession letter and sign it, saying very similar statements. The third Hampton Roads Regional Jail officer took the stand, saying that there were writings found inside of his cell that outlined a different picture. This outlined that Cory beat his son CODI until he went into cardiac arrest and then did some very disturbing things with his body before burying him. Now, we were able to look at those documents that were read inside of court, but we also talked with the Commonwealth attorney as he was heading out to lunch. He said today is the day of reckoning and today is the day of truth, but he did not want to share anything more. Take a listen. I know you said today was the day of reckoning. What did you mean by that? No comment? Still going to be silent.
I'm still going to be solid, but just listen up in court. That's all I can tell you.
All right. And coming up at 5, we'll share even more details inside of the courtroom today. Now, we did learn early on in the day that the judge will allow the 6-year-old little boy, who is a sibling of Cody's, to testify via video, not in front of his father. And
Welcome back to Closing Arguments. I'm Michael Ayala, in tonight for Vinnie Politan. The search for 4-year-old Cory Bigsby has been ongoing since his father, Cory Bigsby, reported him missing in late January from their Hampton, Virginia home. Now, Cory told police he woke up on the morning of January 31st and his son was nowhere to be found. Cory Bigsby has been identified as a person of interest in the disappearance of his son. He's been charged with 7 counts of child neglect stemming from incidents prior to Cory going missing and unrelated to this case. He appeared in court Tuesday and was denied bond. Penny Mitt from our great affiliate WTKR has more on this story.
Tensions and emotions very high inside of the Hampton courtroom today, where Cory Bigsby, the father of missing 4-year-old Cory Bigsby, was denied bond. But that decision did not come quickly. It came after over an hour of arguments. Now, no cameras were allowed inside the courtroom, but we can show you some footage from that initial bond hearing. If you remember from back in February, Cory Bigsby was denied bond after it was discovered he had an AWOL conviction in the military and was said to be a flight risk. Well, that was discussed again today, with Cory testifying that it was due to a miscommunication between his higher in command and following a 4-day weekend when he was job hunting for life post-military. Commonwealth Attorney Anton Bell then discovering Bigsby was actually gone for 3 weeks and in the United States for part of the time he was supposed to be in Germany. Anton Bell also noting Cory Bigsby's previous assault and battery charges in 2018, as well as the possibility of obstruction of justice. Bell argued if Cory is released, he may try to tamper with evidence related to the disappearance of his son, Cory. Combine these 3 arguments, and Judge Savage, who you may remember was brought in after all of Hampton's judges recused themselves from the case, denying Cory Bigsby bond, saying he's a flight risk and a risk to the community. We caught up with Cory's aunt after court.
He's done nothing wrong.
Do you believe he's a risk to the community?
He's not a risk to the community. He's been down here all this time and ain't harmed nobody.
Also discussed inside the courtroom today, the mishandling of Cory's interrogation by Hampton police and the FBI. Bigsby's lawyer, Jeff Ambrose, recounting hours of interview footage from the days leading up to Bigsby's arrest, stating that Bigsby was in HPD custody for 72 hours, despite not technically being under arrest, and after asking over and over again if he could go home. 62 of those hours were after he asked for an attorney and was ignored. Jeff Ambrose also described evidence that Cory Bigsby was denied sleep, was told to put chairs together to use as a bed, and was psychologically pressured. From Hampton, Penny Commit, News 3.
All right, let's bring in tonight's guest. Joining me in Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator Jason Jensen. In San Diego, California, retired director of the San Diego Police Department Crime Lab, Jennifer Shen. And in Hampton, Virginia, Commonwealth Attorney Anton Bell is with us as well. Thank you all for being with me tonight on the show. Anton, I'll begin with you. We're in that courtroom today. It was all about that hearing and that bond hearing. But before we get to that, I want to start off. During that hearing, you did mention that Cory is missing and presumed dead. Any updates at all you have? I mean, that's what this is really all about. It's about Cory and finding him, figuring out what happened to him. Any updates at all on the search and investigation into his disappearance?
Well, first of all, good evening, Michael. What I can share with you is that so many avenues were of the person in which you're looking for, particularly at this young age, there is a tendency to believe that that person is deceased, and everything right now that we have found thus far is pointing in that direction.
All right, now today's hearing, let's get to that. Some of the things that were argued at that hearing were outlined in that piece that we saw, but I want to check in with you. And you made the arguments that he should not be released. You talked about the seriousness of the charges. You talked about some previous charges, also some issues with the armed forces as well. Outline some of the things that you argued as to why Cory should not have been released into the community.
So under Virginia law, when you are determining whether a person is eligible for bond, there are several factors that can be taken into consideration. The two main factors are whether that individual is a flight risk and whether that person is a danger to the community. And so the defense obviously try to offer to the—
All right, pause that. Blow me up.
He was not a flight.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to see you. There's still almost 600 of you in the room. Okay, here's your update. That was the dude I filmed coming in at the end. That was Cory, okay? I know what he looks like now. I know what his sister looks like, his lawyer, everybody. They're all up there standing in the hallway. I was actually standing right beside them, okay? I was standing right beside him. I didn't say nothing to him yet because I don't want to get kicked out the courthouse, okay? So I didn't say nothing to him. I just eyed him. Just eyeing him. Okay, so when he comes out this courthouse, he's going to get some words from Dolly today. So I just didn't want to take any chances of effing it up right yet. Okay? So here's what's going on. They just came out and told the general public they will not be allowed in the courtroom. Dolly can't go into the court. Okay? In the court today is the lawyers, and they're doing jury selection. That's it. No opening statements, no nothing. So they're not allowing the general public into the courtroom. Now listen, everybody that would have been in the courtroom is jammed into the hall of the courthouse. Okay, they're not leaving. They told everybody to leave and nobody left. There's like 50 people, nobody left. The cops, everybody sat back down. They're like, we'll just wait it out here then. So the whole hall upstairs, it's filled with people just waiting outside the courtroom because they're talking with the lawyers in private and they're doing the jury selection. Hold on, let me cross here while I got a chance. So here's the thing. So I can't go into the courtroom today. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to say anything to him today because he'll probably be up there all day. But tomorrow morning, he'll be walking through that same front door. This time we know where he parks. Okay, so we're ready. So if I don't get him today, oh, Dolly's saying something to him tomorrow. You can believe that. I knew that was him, though. I should have said something to him. But why F it up yet, right? I know I'm getting my words in. I know I'm going to get to call him a piece of shit, call him a baby killer. Where's that baby? Okay, I know that's coming. So we're back in front of the courthouse now. I will go in and check and see if anything's changed in a little bit. But right now they said nobody in the court, no outsiders. If you're not a lawyer, your ass ain't coming in, is what they said. Tomorrow they're allowing the public in, is what the deputy said. But then again, like I said, nobody left. Not one person, not the police. They came out and told the police officers, y'all, no, if you ain't a lawyer, you ain't coming in today. Everybody sat back down. Everybody. The police, everybody that was in the hall, everybody just sat back down. It was like, oh, I guess we're hanging out here then. So, because a lot of people think they're going to select the jury and then do opening statements today, so nobody really wants to leave. I mean, that's kind of how they did it in the Harmony Montgomery case. But you got to remember, each state is different. Virginia ain't quite like Boston. You know, we can't take phones, computers. Let me get behind this wall. That way the wind's a little, there we go. Now the wind ain't blowing on me. So we know he parked right over there. Okay. You see that little area? He parked over there. So he got to go out that way. Now, I could hang out here all day and wait for him to come out of court, or I could just call him a piece of shit tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon after court, because he's walking in and out the front door, which is crazy because he's a baby killer. And look, he's not a big dude. Like, I mean, on TV, it makes him look like some former Marine or some shit. This dude is a frail ass old man. I would slap him dead, okay? I mean, literally dead. At one time, they'd be looking for him. You know what I'm saying? He looks that frail and like scared. He looks scared. He honestly looks scared. They're like over there talking to him. You know how people talk to you, try to take your mind off of things? But he looks nervous. He definitely looks nervous. And this is just day 1. Imagine how nervous he's going to look on day 4. So, you know, all that searching I did, getting bit by mosquitoes, looking for this little boy, there's no way I'm letting this man walk by me without calling him a piece of shit or something. He got to get something. I got to get something off my chest. Now, I don't know if it's worth waiting out here 8 hours to do it, but hey, it's almost, I mean, I'm debating it. I'm like, I will go get me lunch, set up camp, and set right there where I know he got to walk past me today, okay? Today, you get confronted by Dolly. If not today, I'm getting you first thing tomorrow morning, that's for sure. If I don't get you tomorrow morning, I'm getting you tomorrow afternoon. But either way, you on my plans for this week, okay? You on my, I took the next 4 days just to call you a piece of shit. Oh, the Lord. So, let me fix this. There we go. So, inside the court, there's a lot of police. There's people from search and rescue here. I guess that were out there originally looking for Cody. I guess they want to see the outcome too. The Facebook group, Cody's Voice, is here. The Rhoda lady, Rhoda, I think is her name, that PJ knows and watches, she's here. She almost walked right dead ass into me when I was walking out the courthouse. She's like, oh, excuse me. Motherfucker should be scared. Oh, my Dolly needs his security. I don't need security. I know what I'm gonna say. He just better not walk past me. So we're gonna set up camp right over there. I can't stay out here past lunch today, so if I don't get him today, we're gonna get him tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. We love you, Dolly. I mean, somebody has to be. Look, there ain't a lot of people here, so there's nobody saying nothing to him or nothing. So he gonna walk in and out of court with nobody saying you a baby killer, you piece of shit, nothing. Oh nah, this is a free country we live in, and you had a right to be here. You had the right to say what you want to say in public. If you're gonna walk past me in public, I had the right to say what I want to say. He should be scared. He should be scared. That baby's out there missing. He's done told 3 different confessors, 3 different times, different places he's done hid this baby. And walking free, right? Everybody in Virginia need to be out here slapping the shit out of him. It's what really is truly justice, but hey, it is what it is. We violated his constitutional rights, so he gets an ankle bracelet and he gets to walk in and out of court today, a baby killer. But here's the thing. He has 3 more days. 3 more days of this, okay? Of being a free man. You got 3 more days there, Cory. 3 days, and I'm going to be here to laugh at you when you go to prison. Matter of fact, when you walk out, that's what I'm going to tell you. You're a baby killer. You're going to prison. I'm going to be here to laugh at you. He's going to know that. He's going to know that from Dolly. I guarantee he's going to. He don't get it today. Like, if I just get bored sitting out here, I'm getting you tomorrow afternoon because I'll be out here for the whole trial tomorrow because I'll be able to go in the courtroom, sit there, watch the whole thing. And then when you come out this bitch, you're going to have to walk right over to that car, and that whole walk, you're going to hear it. You damn sure going to hear it. Mary T says, Dolly, it's your job to call him a baby killer for all. Don't worry. It's coming. It almost came into court. I was just like, okay, they ain't going to let me in. I'll just get kicked out this bitch right now. You know what I'm saying? I looked around and was like, nah, let me not say that to her. And then the lady from the Voices for Cory said, you know, be cool. I was like, all right, I ain't gonna say nothing here. I'll wait for him. And she's like, you're right, he does have to go back outside. It's like, when he comes outside, he's fair game. This is a public fucking street. I can say whatever I want. Or what did you do with the baby? I'm gonna hit him with all that. Where's the baby, you piece of shit? You let that whole thing. It's like, I can't even believe it. I can't even believe he's out. What kind of justice is this? What kind of justice is this? All right, let's walk back into the front of the courthouse. For some reason, they're picking juries, which I'm thinking it's going to last a good while. So, I should have ate this morning. I'm kind of hungry. He put the baby in a trash bag, called Aunt Nancy, and put her on speakerphone. So the crowd, I wish I could. I should record it. I should record Aunt Nancy and bring a big ass speaker out here. Like, where were the parents? You know? Tot dad. That's what he'd be. You know how she coined the phrase tot mom? I'm coining the phrase tot dad. Okay? Nobody said it yet. Dolly's the first one ever. Tot dad. Okay? Y'all hashtag that. There's Nancy Grace, and then there's Dolly Vision, okay? Now, they're saying, he says he buried this boy's body right outside King's Dominion, buried him, then dug him up, set him on fire, and then reburied him because he didn't want people to see the bruises on him from him beating this baby. Now, you know he's going to walk into court after all this and go, I'm not guilty. The baby fell down the stairs, and I disposed of his body. I almost already know that's coming. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's going to say. What else defense does he got? Other than that, he's like, yeah, I did it. And then he'd be in prison for murder. So I know he's going to say that this baby lost its own life. And, you know, he was leaving the baby home alone this whole time. Like, he'd go out shopping. He'd go out hanging out with his girlfriend. Now, there's somebody up here that says they're his sister. But my sources say that before this happened, that was his girlfriend, but it ain't his sister. It's weird. Like, is he dating this woman, or is that his sister? The plot thickens, okay? The plot thickens. I don't know. Like, hey, is that your sister? But I don't know how long they're going to be picking jury. It could be an all-day thing. Such a liar. Where's the baby? Maybe Bo. Good morning, little dove. I'm just catching up on some of you guys' chat. Thanks for hanging out. If y'all haven't, hit the like button for me this morning. Okay? That's how I survive, off of likes. Yeah, he's out on an ankle bracelet. Like, y'all seen him walk right by me. I just wasn't 100 if that was him. I didn't want to start screaming at some random dude. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was him. I was like, I think that's him. I think that's him. He's dressed really nice. He's older. He's bald-headed. I knew it was him. That's why I was like, I thought they had to walk right past me. I didn't know that other door was right there. But that's okay. I'm still out here. And, of course, we got all day tomorrow to get him. We get him. I guarantee you that. And when he walks out, we walking right beside him like this. Where's that fucking baby at, you piece of shit? And you touch me, and then I'll break him into pieces out here, okay? Into pieces, into little pieces. But as long as he don't touch me, he's good to go, okay? As soon as he thinks about putting a hand on me, it ain't gonna be that good, okay? Dolly will defend himself. And I ain't far from home, okay? This ain't like Georgia. This ain't like Georgia. I know I get out here, okay? 50 people come bail me out in Virginia. If you are there, we are here. Don't get arrested. I'm not going to get arrested. Trust me, I wouldn't put my hands on nobody anyway. I'm just saying, if somebody puts their hands on me, I would defend myself out here. And I can tell you, I done seen the guy. He don't look like he's about nothing. So he looked like a baby killer because that looks like all he could kill. We'll send you donations to get you out of jail. I'm not going to jail, guys. But I am going to say some nice things to him before I leave tomorrow, okay? Because I doubt I get them today. But we circling like a shark, okay? We circling the courthouse like a shark. Look, why is that guy circling the courthouse like a shark? There's blood in the water, okay? There is blood in the water, and Dolly is here, circling, okay? Circling the courthouse like a shark. I got my fin out. Look at that. And if he walks out, he's about to get attacked by a shark, okay? Well, no, I'm going verbally, not physical. I don't do anything physical. Tot Dad, where's the baby? Where's the baby? All right. You're funny, Dolly. We love you. Well, I'm just trying to lighten the mood a little bit. You know, everything we do here is doom and gloom, okay? We cover the worst stuff ever. Everything's people getting killed, babies dying, just terrible stuff. So every now and then you got to laugh, you know, have a little bit of fun. Dolly, go get you some breakfast. I'm thinking about that. We in the hood. There ain't no damn breakfast around here. They don't even open food places. Do you see any food anywhere? Look around. See a Mickey D's, a Burger King, a Hardee's, anything? You open some shit out here, they'll rob it, okay? There ain't no businesses. This Hampton. I'm surprised I ain't got robbed yet, walking around. Yes, love you, Dolly. You are awesome, funny, and so sweet. We appreciate you. Dolly Shark. Thank you. I'm actually hungry. I see some stores over here. There's a Dollar Tree. That thing's probably been robbed 30 times. Ask them how much money they keep in the register. They'd be like 35 cents. We've been robbed 75 times. Okay. Are you robbing us? That'd probably be what they'll say. We're like, nah, we'll let y'all slide this time. Where are you at? I'm in Hampton, Virginia this morning at the courthouse. There's the courthouse. Cory Bigsby, the father of CODI Bigsby, is inside and they're selecting his jury, okay? They said nobody from the public today is allowed in court, but nobody left. There's like 50 people in the hallway sitting right outside the courtroom. Nobody left. The only person that walked off was me. I was like, oh, hell with it. I'm going to go stream then, you know, while they're up there picking the jury. And then I was like, well, maybe I'll sit out here so I can say something to him when he leaves. But I don't know when he's leaving. You know, if they sit there and pick jury to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock this afternoon, what time is it now? Like 9:30, 10 o'clock, tops? You're talking another 6 hours of walking around this parking lot. I'd pay for the Dolly and Nancy show. I would love to speak with Nancy. And I hope to meet her at CrimeCon. All right, thank you guys. Everybody's been donating to support Dolly to get to CrimeCon. May 31st through June 2nd. Me, PJ will be in Nashville. I'm sure Nancy will be there. So I'm pretty looking forward to meeting Aunt Nancy. Okay, if she ain't there, We're boycotting. Okay, I want my money back. I want my damn money back. All right, so that dude was up in the courtroom earlier. He just walked out. That man's posture's too good. Who the hell walks like that? He got a stick in his butt. Maybe that's why I got a bad back, because I hunch over like that. I don't know. Maybe I need to walk like the dude that has a stick in his ass. Aunt Nancy, love it. Love it. Okay, we got people out here, but they're not letting us in. They're not letting us in. What's up, Triple D? Good to see you, brother. You'll have to get him tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I know. He lucky. He lucky. But that's okay. I know what he looks like now. I know where he's at. I know where he's coming from. So you can believe tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, we'll be sitting right over there in the parking lot where he parked his car at. Where the lawyer parks, we'll be sitting right there. Okay. Matter of fact, if he comes out this courtroom, he has to come out this door right here. So we'll sit right here. Yeah, here we go. Just in case he gets a break. All right, just in case he gets a break, we're going to sit right here. Let me get comfortable. What's up, Turtles and Dolly? I just came in. Okay, we're in Hampton, Virginia. We're at the murder trial of Cory Bigsby, the father, Cory Bigsby. They're selecting his jury right now. They're not letting the public in. No cameras, no public. And look, guys, they violate this dude's constitutional rights. That's probably why there ain't no cameras allowed in. So you got the media that showed up for nothing. They can't go in. Only lawyers and only him and I guess the jury in the courtroom right now. So I think everybody's sticking around because they believe they're going to do opening statements today. But the deputy clearly came out and said they're not allowing anybody in there today. So that means they can't do open statements without allowing the public in. So maybe that's why nobody's left. So how many likes do we have on this video? So I can cuss y'all out this morning for not liking it, okay? You done a great job covering boots on the ground, Dolly. Thank you, no man. Yeah, I'm on the ground for sure. I'm sitting on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Ass on the ground. How about that? I think them other women got the boots on the ground thing covered. Rapper Jay says we got 538 likes. Okay, we got 700 of you here. So if you're just tuning in, hit the like. Let's see if we can get me to 1,000. You never know. You might get to see Dolly go to jail today. All right. What other YouTuber brings you that? As I sit out here and plot. Okay. Like a shark waiting in the water. Just waiting patiently. I see 556. Okay. Y'all see that dude come out the door in a Dallas Cowboy hat? Y'all let me know. Okay. You guys to come out that door right there. He got a gray beard, a little gray goatee, and a Cowboys hat on with a bald head. That is him. See, I didn't know if he would shave or what it would be, you know. When I seen him come in, I was like, okay, he fits the age. He has the gray goatee. He had a hat on, so I couldn't see he was bald. And then that's why I went and posted up by the door, but I didn't realize that they could go through this door. There's 2 doors on each side. So he kind of slipped through that door because they see me over there with the phone. Please do all your YouTubery things like share, subscribe, and join. There you go. All right, who's this coming out? Anybody important? All right. I know the news people didn't leave their $1,000. Look at this. You know how much that tripod costs right there? Can y'all see it in the corner? I think it's right there in the corner. Hold on, I'm blocking it. See that tripod sitting in the corner? the very corner right there. That tripod is so damn expensive. I was looking at them online. Them are the ones that the media carry. To hold them big old heavy ass cameras. Did they not realize they in Hampton? Somebody steal your shit quick as hell out here. That thing would be in a pawn shop today. I'd buy it. You know what I'm saying? Be like, how much y'all want for that camera stand right there? My shit blowing around. See it moving? Bring out your inner JLR when this piece of shit comes out the building. I hope so. You better bring his ass out. There's the door right there. We watching. We watching that bitch. But they selected his jury right now, so make sure we right on the door. We don't. He come out that damn thing. We want him. So I got to get my other phone. Make sure y'all sub up my TikTok, right? I want to be able to go live simultaneously on TikTok. We got TikTokers here, but I can't TikTok, okay? I can't even drip drop, most likely TikTok. But I need 200 more subs. Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. Y'all can post a link if you want. And I don't even care if you watch it. Just sub it up so I can go live from there. And then I'm sure the audience will build on its own once I can go live. The people are into this stuff. Because, you know, YouTube and TikTok, they got two different algorithms. Let's go. I got you, bro. Thank you. I think we're at like 800 now. Granny Bassmaster says she's going to have to show me some Kung Fu moves for this guy. You got TikTok. I have 15K plus. And get them 1K. Well, dear aunt, help me out. Okay. Cherry Sour just started following me on TikTok. Thank you, Cherry. Okay, that's one more. Now I only need 199. Okay, I only need 199 more people. I'm almost there. You guys, we're at 825 on TikTok. Okay, y'all hit the like here. Sub me up on TikTok. And hopefully we can get this baby killer on camera and I can shit talk him a little bit. Okay. I had to tell you though, there is a church there, right there in front of me. So I can't see nothing. I can't say nothing too mean because baby Jesus is watching. Okay, that's what I feel like. I'm looking over at the steeple. I'm like, I better watch the curse words. I'm going to get my grandkids to follow you. Okay, cool. I don't care. As long as I can go live, I don't care who follows me. Because once I go live, I'll create my own followers. I mean, I'm creating people subbing it up now, but, you know, I'll have my own audience once I get there. So. Stroll up a little bit. The TikTok link was posted. Thank you guys that posted it. What time is it? Anybody know? Time check, East Coast. I don't have TikTok. It is 9:35. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to walk back inside. I'm going to take my phone to the car, and then I'm going to walk back inside. Matter of fact, I'm just going to go get some change out my car. They got a lock box inside the courtroom. I can lock my phone and selfie stick up in the lock box. So we'll walk back up, see what's going on. That way I can get another little update about what's happening. But when I was just up there, like I said, they're selecting the jury. They're not allowing the media in. They're not allowing outsiders in. There's just lawyers and jury selection. $9:37. We go over here to this crosswalk. All right, if I get ran over, somebody call the paramedics. Woo! I gotta stop smoking. Y'all didn't know I could run like that, did you? See them skills? You see them skills? Can't keep up. Can't keep up. All right, we're at the Greyhound bus station now. We're about to jump on a bus to damn, I don't know where. Somewhere. I got up way too early because I knew traffic would be bad, so I left early. What's up, Jones? And good morning. I'm about to go walk in traffic like Ernie Shell. Okay. I'm playing. I'm playing. Uh-oh, I'm walking in the road. Look, I'm in the road, guys. Don't call for a welfare check, okay? Like Ernie Shell weaving traffic this morning, playing Human Frogger. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No Human Frogger today. No Human Frogger today. All right. So I'm going to go into the courtroom, back up into the courthouse in just a second, see what's going on for you guys. Maybe we get lucky and they pick a jury early. Like, I don't know how long it takes to pick a jury, but hopefully it ain't that long. And of course, damn bird done shit all over my car. Damn Hampton birds. Look at these damn seagulls. They done shit all over my car. Look at them up there. That's right, you better fly off, you damn shitty ass bird. Damn, I tell you, I set to a car, I parked right under a damn bird shit bathroom. Holy bird shit, Batman. They done shit all over my car. Oh, rotten ass birds. Damn, the sacrifices I make for YouTube, okay? Shitty ass bird. I'm gonna go get a rock. I'm coming back with a BB gun tomorrow, okay? That's all right. That's all right, you bitches. I'm coming back with a BB gun. There's some birds paying for what they just did in my vehicle. All right, $2.99 super sticker. I'm gonna need that to go to the damn car wash. Best true crime channel. It's a little shitty today, okay? Literally, bird shit all over my car. Damn! You gotta watch that bird nest. They like to. They dropping the birds. They landing on these poles and shitting on the car. Hey, you guys be good. I'll talk to you later.
Williams is the host of Dolly Vision on YouTube. Check it out, folks. He travels around the country covering all types of cases like this. Williams is the host of Dolly Vision on YouTube.
Background in his career, stating that he had a stellar career. I was able to obtain his military history, and I was able to show the court through his military history that not only did he not have a stellar career, but his career involved the AWOL, and it was at the very, very end of his career. And so they allowed him to go ahead and retire. However, during the evidence, it was shown that instead of this individual saying that there was a miscommunication with higher-ups and it was only a 4-day weekend, he was actually missing for more than 3 weeks. And while they thought that he was in Germany, where he was stationed, he was actually back in the States in New Jersey and had been there for quite some time. In addition to that, when talking to his commanders, he stated that he was currently in Germany with his wife celebrating I believe it was a birthday, and the facts from that AWOL hearing showed or determined that he actually caught a flight from McGuire Air Force Base days later. So it was no way in the world that he was actually in Germany. So it was a few things in his military background that we were able to show that this is a person not only that would not obey commands and would not obey court orders if given. However, he had this deceptive background and this manipulative background, and all of those things were brought out in court.
Now, Anton, there were also some disturbing allegations made by his attorney about the interrogation, the amount of time he was in there, the way he was treated, being denied counsel. I'd love to get your response to that, and how do you think that might affect the proceedings going forward?
Well, here's the thing. The issue concerning how he was treated and what the officers did or did not do, those are issues for suppression. And so if they can show that the statements that he gave that in some way will show guilt towards some of these charges that are before the court were not made voluntarily or knowingly or intelligently, or if he asked for an attorney prior to those statements being made, then obviously they will not be able to come in and the court will suppress them, which we have no problem with that. Here's the problem. The problem is he was read his Miranda rights and he did waive, and all of those things were caught on video. So it's not the officer's word versus his word. It's all on video. So you can't, deceive that part. And in addition to that, any statements that he made prior, any statements that we plan to use came prior to him invoking and asking for an attorney. And I know he detailed like they had been in there for many hours, but when you go through the timeline, you can see that the majority of the statements were made somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 hours or less in the custody of the police department and the FBI. So they have a hard hill to climb in reference to that. So we feel pretty confident that we'll survive a suppression hearing.
All right, now you talk about statements. The only statements as far as the public knows that he's made are that the child left the house in the middle of the night, and that's all he knows. Are you suggesting there are other statements here that could incriminate him in some way?
There are statements that incriminate him concerning the charges that are before the court today.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. Now, the other thing is right now in the investigation, I think you stated as such that he's the only person of interest in this investigation. Why is that? And do you have something that suggests he's the only one? And what's in your power to perhaps get him to talk if you believe truly that he knows something about what happened?
Now, that part, Micah, unfortunately, I cannot disclose at this time because it's still an ongoing investigation and they are still looking into other leads involved in this case. So unfortunately, I can't go into details concerning that. But I will say, given the fact that, and this is public information already, we know that this defendant is the last person to see Cory Bigsby alive, and that's our belief. And that is the theory in which we believe that evidence supports. And so as a result of that, that's why he is a person of interest.
All right, let me bring in my investigators here, Jason Jensen and Jen Shen. Say that 4 times fast. Jason, let me start with you. You heard the situation here. They believe he is the one. He was the last person to see them alive. But there's no real trace yet of Cody. And where do they go from here in terms of trying to figure out what might have happened to him?
Right. Typically, when you're investigating the disappearance of a child, there's basically 3 categories that you look at. You're either considering it as a child abduction or a wander off, or in many cases, death and concealment. So clearly the evidence, given the fact that this was winter time, you didn't find some toddler wandering around. There wasn't footprints in the snow. So, you know, whether someone broke in the house to abduct this child, certainly Cody would have alerted somehow. Cory would have noticed somebody coming in. So clearly, I think by process of elimination, we're down to death and concealment. And it does happen. And when you have a father with a history of child neglect, it's entirely conceivable something happened while he was absent from the home or the child was out of his sight, that he panicked and did something to conceal his child.
So Anton Bell, you're fairly sure that this is not a case of an abduction, for instance, that in fact maybe the child did wander off and then was perhaps abducted. You're fairly clear that that is not an avenue you need to be chasing.
I'll just say this, Michael, the evidence does not point in that direction. The evidence points in other direction, and it has been pointing towards the father.
Jen Shen, I would imagine if there was some sort of abduction, there would be evidence of that they could find. It was a winter night. I guess there was snow on the ground. There would be places they could look to verify that. And this idea that they really have honed in on the father. I mean, talk to me about how that sort of evolves and how you eliminate these other roads, these other possibilities.
Well, when you go in to evaluate a crime scene as a scientist, you have to keep everything open and on the table. So we do not let ourselves be biased by whatever situation witnesses might have said, a suspect might have said. So you go in looking for any clue of any kind. So if you're looking at an abduction, you're right. If someone came into the house, broke into the house, went into his bedroom and took him, then you would expect to see some kind of evidence of some sort, whether that's shoe prints or tire tracks or cars coming up to the house, which you could maybe perhaps catch on video, etc., or some kind of disruption within the room itself, hairs, fibers, saliva, blood, anything. There could be so many things that could be left behind if you go in and get a child out and take the child out. Now, it can be done and has been done. There are cases where someone breaks into a house, takes out a child, and they don't have anything to lead them to a specific suspect. But if you have an absence of anything that
In this hour of the show each night, we take a look at cases, many cases that are unsolved, cases where there's a search for justice, there's a search for a sense of an answer, and sometimes it's literally just the search for someone. And tonight we're going to start with a case that has not been getting the coverage that it needs and it deserves. And there are so many cases out there, unfortunately. This one struck a nerve with a lot of folks here at Court TV. It's about a little boy named Cody, just 4 years old, reported missing by his dad. But his dad's not out searching for him right now because dad is locked up for charges related to his son. Not his disappearance, but child neglect. And once you see a picture of this little boy, I don't know how anyone could neglect him. How could anyone neglect this little guy? I mean, super cute. He's at that age, 4, where a little child is becoming has that personality that's coming out, and they're becoming real people. Like it's amazing to watch. And how you could ignore that or neglect that is beyond me. But those are the charges against the father. Zach Dahlheimer from our great affiliate in Norfolk, Virginia, WTKR, has more tonight in the story and the search for Cory Bigsby.
The emotional toll is it's there.
Since day one,
It's been rough, mentally and physically.
Paige Fuller
Rain, shine, cold, warm.
has been searching
When we're down here all day.
for 4-year-old Cory Bigsby.
Anywhere that we get a tip that somebody thinks needs to be searched, we're there searching it.
Reported missing 2 weeks ago.
It's honestly changed me as a person. I feel like I'm a better person. It makes me not take what I have for granted. It's a 4-year-old out here missing. I personally don't have kids, but he's 4 years old.
Volunteer searchers like her and Mahogany Walden combing through different areas of the city, hoping to find any signs that could bring Cory home.
People have come today from as far as Gloucester and have said, you know, it's just in my heart to help you guys search. We just want to make sure that we're being as thorough as possible. We're following all leads.
While staying positive.
Waking up every day with Cory on your mind, you know, seeing his face, knowing that he's out there somewhere, knowing that he deserves to be at home.
I think that we all have to consider what we might be able to do that's helpful.
Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot encouraging searchers to keep going.
I believe that the number of people that have decided on their own to traipse about in the woods and dig through marshes and all these other things, you know, God bless them.
Meanwhile, Walden and others are getting the word out about a petition to create a new alert called the CODI Alert, an alert for missing children who don't qualify for an Amber Alert.
Another alert, we don't see how that would hurt. We feel that it would help.
Even to up to 2 or 3 days ago, people are still saying, oh, well, I didn't know he was missing. How can you live not even 5 miles from where it happened and you still don't know? But it has to be something out there that can alert these people.
They also hope more will join them to look for any clues.
Until Cory is found, you know, it doesn't matter how long it takes. We need to be out here as a community and looking for him.
I told you, you saw his face, right? I mean, and again, his dad's locked up for child neglect. How could you neglect or ignore that child? I don't know how you could. That makes no sense to me, but we cover stories here that don't make sense night after night, looking to make some sense of it and get some answers. The other part she was talking about, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, we all carry these, right? And I get the Amber Alerts all the time on here. And you know, if you're on the road, you're in the passenger seat, you're able to look at it and see, okay, yeah, well, let's keep an eye out for that white sedan that they're looking for or whatever. I get it. But there's got to be a way for missing children also that we should all be alerted, at least within a reasonable radius of where all this is happening. I mean, let's use the technology, folks. We all got this, right? We're watching these ridiculous I mean, you can just scroll for hours. You go on those rabbit holes with these ridiculous, meaningless videos. How about putting some meaning into this and setting up a system? So when a child like Cory goes missing, everybody knows. So everybody's eyes are open. Everybody's looking. All right. Let's bring in tonight's guests. Joining me in Chicago, Illinois, private investigator Erica Morse, and in Washington, D.C., tonight in the nation's capital. Don't know what he's up to down there, but retired police commander and host of the Profiling Evil podcast, Mike King, is with us. Great to have you both here. Erica, before we get to Cory, what's happening right now in terms of alerting people? Is there a movement out there to come up with greater alerts when, you know, people go missing, especially children?
There are always efforts being made, especially as technology continues to advance, Vinny. One that was just announced, and I know that she's been working on it for over a decade right now, Steph Copeland with Media for the Missing, just got approval to have missing children's alerts being posted in kiosks at malls throughout the countries and convenience stores and all these different areas. And I just learned about an hour or two ago that now Ireland wants this, and it's a worldwide movement that's taking place. So congrats to Steph. I know she's been working on this for over a decade. There are regional alerts that should be set up, but it's really important that we don't get too inundated. And here's why. Amber Alerts work because they're only utilized based on specific criteria. 2,000 to 5,000 children disappear every single day. 75 to 85% of those cases return home within a 24 to 48 hour period. So we cannot inundate our systems with too many missing children's alerts, or people will begin to tune them out. I know that sounds crazy, but it's just the truth. People will become too overwhelmed and start to not understand or stop understanding the urgency of the situation. So if we can pare this down to a zip code, if we can pare this down to a countywide radius, a regional effort, and we only tag essentially or notify those in the specific region, then I think absolutely these alerts can be beneficial and they can be more effective. But we have to make sure to balance that with not drowning out too many alerts so that the public doesn't tune them out altogether.
Yeah, and you know what? Zuckerberg and Facebook, they know where we all live. They know everything about us. I mean, to me, that's a natural place. And they on their own should take the initiative because they have all that information on us. And so do the guys who make these phones, by the way. You got all the billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. How about doing some, a little bit more good, a little less censoring, a little more good. Sorry. Mike King, there's some new billboards. We were just looking at them of CODI Bigsby. That's always an old-fashioned way, but it's a very effective way, I think, to get those images out there. We've got billboards now that can rotate pictures and everything. And there's CODI finally on some billboards.
Yeah, this is a great example of how media can be used. And the beauty of a billboard, frankly, is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people will pass by that, and some day after day. And it takes advertising multiple visits for us to remember something and for it to really sink in. I'm just a few blocks away from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Vinny. They spend a great deal of time helping law enforcement in cases like this. They step up, they get information out, they do age progression on children if time passes that's much too long. But I'll tell you what, this is exactly right. We need to kind of have almost a geo wave that's created when a child becomes missing, that it moves in the amount of time and the intelligence that supports that the child might be moving. There's no sense putting an Amber Alert out statewide in the first few moments of a child missing. But it is important to get it out immediately. We do it for weather reports. Why on earth isn't the media stopping everything right then and saying a child was just abducted? But then some of this responsibility falls back on law enforcement, who has to make the call. They have to say it's an Amber Alert and it needs to be released. And sometimes police are reticent to do that. But I'll tell you what, I gotta tip my hat to this police chief, because I've
Well, we are following breaking developments in the case against Cory Bigsby this afternoon. Allison Basil joins us live in the court, outside of the courthouse, I should say, in Hampton.
All right, Allison, you just learned some disturbing details in the case. We do want to warn our viewers, this may be hard for some to hear. Allison.
Yeah, Ashley, Bethany, prosecutors called officers from the Hampton Roads Regional Jail to the stand to read several statements they say Cory Bigsby wrote or told them back in August 2022 and December 2022. And they had officers read those statements aloud in court. In it, Bigsby talks about the day his son, CODI Bigsby, died. In the statement, he allegedly says, quote, "I found my son unresponsive, tried CPR. I could not revive him." The officer on the stand says Bigsby dictated this confession to him and the officer wrote it down. The officer says Bigsby said he tried several times to revive him and asked God to save him. Bigsby says he went outside to talk to God. Bigsby says he realized CODI wasn't coming back, and he says, quote, He put him in a trash bag, put it in the car, and it sat for 3 days. Bigsby says after he put him in the car, he drove to Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard and buried him. A second officer took the stand and testified about a statement she got from Bigsby. She says Bigsby allegedly wrote that on January 30th, 2022, he stepped out of his apartment to get items from his car. When he returned, he found Cody laying at the bottom of the steps unresponsive. In the statement, she says Bigsby says Cody must have fallen. He also says he buried him. And another officer testified that they found a letter in Bigsby's jail cell in his notebook where Bigsby says he allegedly killed Cody. The officer says Bigsby writes he hit Cody's head on the floor, hit him with his fists, and put him in the fridge and buried him. Now, the court is on a lunch break. The judge could possibly rule to suppress these statements. That is what the defense is asking for. The defense attorneys are saying that jail staff allegedly coerced Bigsby into writing these statements. And of course, we're going to keep you updated on all the happenings today. Live in Hampton, Allison Basil, 13 News Now.
To us, they are still answering our questions. We still believe that they are the key to us finding out where he might be and what may have happened to him.
Is that why there's no Amber Alert?
There's no Amber Alert because we've worked with Virginia State Police to discuss the criteria, which we are deeply familiar with. This case is not an Amber Alert case. Sergeant Williams will talk more about that as well.
And again, you have more people helping you in the search today, more agencies. Could you just speak to who's helping along with FBI?
So Sergeant Williams will be able to talk about that as well. All right, I'm going to let him speak, and then we can hit questions.
Good morning, thank you all. So some additional points that we want to cover this morning is we're establishing a role for the general public to help us assist in this search. So at the conclusion of this press conference, we're going to have a link available on our social media sites that enables the public to sign up to assist us. At this time, we're only seeking the first 50 volunteers. We need to be able to coordinate the volunteers and be able to determine where they're searching and have an accurate way to track where those volunteers are going to be working with our staff. Some important things to know about that is the volunteers need to be capable of walking long distances outside in the cold weather, and we're asking them to have a valid photo ID available. As I said, the first 50 are only going to be used, and after you sign up, please wait to be contacted. We'll contact you if we need you. Additionally, I want to reiterate the point that Chief Talbot said about we're seeking information on when the public saw Cody last, when that was, where he was, who he was with, and what they were doing. That information is extremely important to us, and it's extremely important to the investigation. You can get that information to us by visiting p3tips.com. You can follow the prompts on there to submit a tip to Hampton Police, and we'll be able to receive and review those tips. We might not be able to respond to every tip that we receive, but it's important to know that we have received it and we're going to pass it on to the appropriate personnel. You can also contact us at the crime line at 1-888-LOCK-YOU-UP. With regard to the Amber Alert, we've received numerous questions in terms of why an Amber Alert has not been issued. We have basically determined that the criteria for the Amber Alert has not been met. We have conferred with state police on numerous occasions to confirm that that criteria is not met. And the specific elements of the criteria that has not been met refers to, at this point, we don't believe that an abduction has taken place. There's no information to lead investigators to believe that Cody has been abducted, and we don't have information to pass on or to fit the criteria with regard to that element. Another element would be who the abductor would be, where that abductor is traveling, what they're wearing, what vehicle they're in. That element of the criteria simply does not exist. So aside from that, we're using all of our available resources to put this information and get it out to the public. Of course, with the media's assistance, all of our social media, this story has been shared hundreds of thousands of times, and we ask you to continue to share that to get this information out. That's all I have for you this morning, and we'll take questions as we can answer them to the best of our ability.
Cody's mom is in town, and we are speaking to her. There are a number of people beyond his parents that we are speaking to. The investigation does not indicate that he was abducted. There's just no reason to believe it. We certainly are open to that as a possibility. It is not likely. No, it is not reliable. I do not want to comment on that.
Is that the reason for the new timeline with the not reliable information from family?
The evidence that we have does not completely match the stories that we have received at this point. So we are opening up our focus in terms of the time that we are interested in. We will work as if he's out there waiting for us to find him. I don't have a comment.
What agencies are involved in the search at this point?
Sergeant Williams.
So the biggest agency that has joined the search this morning is the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. They will be bringing in additional resources and personnel to assist in the search.
What is up, YouTube? Okay, I'm back with y'all. I just left the courtroom. Well, I didn't leave the courtroom, but I left the courthouse. They're still selecting jury right now, and I'll show y'all where they're at in the courthouse, because I'm actually where I park is right where the courthouse, the courtroom is. You can actually see all the people waiting in the lobby through the window up here. So time is moving slow. I asked somebody what time it was. They were like 10 o'clock. I was like, man, this is boring as hell, you know, because everybody's just waiting out in the lobby, and everybody's inside the court as far as the lawyers and the jury. So you don't get much. You don't really get much out here. So we got some crazies out here. It's starting to get a little chilly. Woo! See that? Dolly can move, baby. What I got to. Let's go this way. Block the wind a little bit. Okay. We may have to get this guy tomorrow. Well, I may have to go get some lunch and come back, some breakfast somewhere. But Dolly got to eat. Hey, let me throw my glasses on so I can see what you guys are saying. The chief of police is out there in the hallway. So, I mean, when they told everybody, it was like, if you're not a lawyer, you're not coming in today. Nobody left. The police didn't leave. The people out there didn't leave. Like all the spectators didn't leave. Everybody's just sitting in the hall. PJ is not pregnant. I don't know who's spreading those rumors. PJ is not pregnant. Oh, look at the cherry blossoms. I can't. Oh, they're back there. Yeah, I see them. To Boston mom. Oh, Lord, Dolly. I know somebody's been spreading crazy rumors. You know how the internet is. I might be pregnant. I need some food. My stomach empty. I'm about to be pregnant with a Whopper. I'm starving. Burger King, something. Dolly, go eat and come back. That's probably what we're going to do. We're just circling, just in case he floats out, which I don't think he is no time soon. But you never know. And plus, it gets boring sitting in that hallway. Dolly got to eat. You know it. You know it. So make sure if y'all have it, y'all like the video, comment, subscribe. Like I said, they're still picking the jury. The public's not allowed in. If Dolly gets pregnant, PJ will be rich. Definitely, right? Definitely. I saw your arrest video on TikTok. My arrest video of me going to jail is on TikTok. I wouldn't doubt it. PJ just tubby, not pregnant. Go ahead, PJ. You're not tubby. You're beautiful. Don't listen to her. You've done a good job for justice for little Cody. Well, we ain't to that point yet, but I think everybody upstairs knows I'm a blogger. I told them I'm a world-class journalist, world-winning journalist, like Turtle Sissy, okay? They were like, hey, ain't you a blogger? And I was like, no. Okay, I'm not a blogger. Bloggers type, I think. They blog. I'm a live streamer. It's a little bit different than a blogger. Down Buddy Beach. Okay, so see right up here where these windows are? That last set of windows, that's where the courtroom is for Cory. So I'm coming up on it now. It's in this back corner over here. And all the people are just sitting by the windows waiting for something that ain't going to happen. Okay? So we're going to find us a food joint as soon as we can. I don't know if y'all can see the people up there. Hold on. See the people sitting in the windows? That's everybody waiting for the trial. You see these people up here? Everybody's waiting, trying to do their thing. Let me cross this street if I get ran over. All right, we're going on a food hunt. We got to go get some food. We will come back to court so we can walk around it like a shark, try to find Cory. But until then, I got to get me something to eat. Thanks for covering this. Love, not war. Not a problem. Well, we'll get better coverage tomorrow because we're going to say some shit to them tomorrow. because he has to walk past me. And if I would have knew that was him this morning, I'd have said something to him this morning. He got up and I thought it was him. I was like, I think that's him. I think that's him. Because he was dressed so nice. I was thinking, okay, if you're going for a murder trial, you're going to dress nice, right? So he was probably the nicest dressed, all pressed and everything. I was like, okay, this is him. And then, of course, the sergeant of Hampton Police, the one that was on the news, he's up here. I don't know, looked like a lot of high-ranking officers, police officers. Shitty-ass birds. Oh, God. All right, let me take this out of this. Let me set you guys up here. Y'all can... I knew there was a reason I added this to my car. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait. What happened? Okay, my mic should be working now. See you later, Dolly. Got to go get something to eat. All right, Granny. Dolly, you dropped me on the floor. Ha ha. No, I just was turning the phone. I was just turning the phone. So it's a little past 10. I'm figure we'll hang out here in the Hampton area till lunchtime. We'll try to get them coming out to court at lunch because they got to go to lunch, right? And when they go to lunch, we're gonna run up. We're gonna run up like clockwork on them and be like, "Where's that baby?" Okay, that's what I'm waiting for. That's the whole reason I've been hanging out here. So just so I can say that. So like I said, we're gonna jump over to some videos of Cody while I go get some food, and then I'm coming back to the courtroom, and we'll see what's going on. If it's gonna be an all-day thing of him being in the court, then we'll just get him tomorrow. Okay, but either way, we are here. We're on location right now. Like I said, he's in a room. We can't get to him. We don't know how long he's going to be in there. We don't know how long jury selection is going to go. But we're going to hang out here till lunchtime. And about 11 something, I'll come back up and we will see what's going on if anything's changed. Okay, so I'm going to jump over to a video and I'll be back with you guys in a little bit. Stay tuned, okay?
Sure. We have a role to play for our residents. Not only will the residents be instrumental in getting us the information that we need to figure out what happened, and make no mistake about it, the information is here. We believe the information is here. We want to bring the residents into this in a way that makes sense given our resources and given what we know. And what we learned throughout the investigative process has led us to want to bring the public in to expand the possibility of searching not only what we've already done. We're going to have them go back and look again to make sure, sometime in the middle of the night we didn't miss a small detail that might be instrumental. But as I said, there's a role to play here. I do not have her name.
Can you kind of narrow in on where this information is? Are we talking about, he could be here in this neighborhood in Hampton on the peninsula? Like, what's the circumference of this search zone?
It is likely that he is here in the city of Hampton. It is more likely that he is here close to his home, which is adjacent to me here to my left and to your right. So the further that we get away from his home, the less likely it is that he's going to be found, and the less likely that we're going to find information. We haven't ruled anything out. We are searching the hardest in the areas where he is most likely to be found, obviously, but also further out. Correct.
Chief, can you expand a little bit on, you just said that the evidence does not match the stories we have heard. Can you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
I think that's self-explanatory. The evidence doesn't match what we've been told, so we need to investigate further, and we need the help of the public so that we can find anybody who may have seen this child or even anything that might be related to this investigation. We feel strongly that somebody listening can be helpful. We feel very strongly about that.
Have the parents not told you enough to connect the dots on the stories that are not adding up with the evidence that there is?
We probably won't know for certain how much is being left out until we find this child.
But isn't that really the concerning thing with the parents? The people that were responsible for his safety are telling you stories that are not adding up to the evidence that you have.
That is the crux of the investigation. We have to figure that out.
And last night we had cell crews searching through dumpsters in the neighborhood. Is that just part of searching the whole area?
Right. We will search every place he could possibly be. Every place he could possibly be, we will look. We're not searching dumpsters because we believe he's there. We are searching dumpsters because he could be there.
There was a dumpster search last night. Nothing came of that. Or did something come from that?
I can answer that, Chief. So as with any investigation, with regard to specific evidence that we find or did not find, we're unable to go into that at this time. So any questions that regard evidence that we're locating or have located, we're not able to expand on that at this time.
That is a possibility.
And Chief, is there a person of interest?
There is a person of interest. We are most interested in Cody's parents.
Are there any water searches going on in the area at this time?
Yes.
And are you doing a door-to-door search around here as well, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Charged with 7 counts child neglect, in jail without bond. This neighbor not surprised by that.
Not at all. Why? Because all I ever heard was crying all hours of the night, day, just yelling, kids.
Okay, I'm just going to pause it there for a second. So this is a neighbor talking about what he heard and saw. Wow, which was just like, oh my word. Okay, so I just quickly want to, we are at 4:07 there. I just quickly want to do this. Thank you so much, WFO Carter 84. You say hardest working awesome lady on YouTube, no doubt. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's going to go to my watermelon fund. Thank you so much. And Nancy B. Wild, thank you for being a member for 8 months. You say Grizzly's the best show on true crime on YouTube. Thank you so much. Dana Bulbrock, thank you for your Canadian $2.20. He has black blank eyes. Yeah. So let's continue on there. We're going to look at more of this presentation. I just want to show you the clips from, when the police said that he was, if they had asked him, do you need an attorney, or if he had asked for one, and they would have said yes, but he didn't ask for one. Then later they're like, whoops, he did ask for one twice. So that was quite interesting as well. Okay, so let's go back to the clips.
We are.
Dad was sometimes gone.
It seemed like he was crying all hours of the night, day, just yelling. Kids mad, not adults yelling. It would be children. They'd be crying, stomping on the floor. It's hardwood floors. You hear it.
The neighbor would bang back on the walls.
But when I was loud enough, if I mocked them, it would stop, which was infuriating. It's just if you know that daily, it's the same thing. I didn't know that it was a bunch of children that young. I had no idea, but it was constant, consistent.
It was clear the children had run of the upstairs, and Dad was sometimes gone.
It seemed like he was just absent. Like the kids just free will between the front room and the back room. I think that was what they were allowed to have, was this room and that room, and that's all you ever heard.
The neighbor said this about the children and never seen them. Did you ever see the kids out in the yard playing?
No, and I would yell through the wall, let them go outside. Like I would yell through the wall. Like, no kidding. Why can't they, we have fields.
The only time he saw the children, one time, up in that window, standing on that dresser.
I seen them one time when I was leaving out my apartment, maybe a year ago, maybe even longer. And they were standing on the dresser. Both of them were in diapers and just standing there waving.
Investigators have stopped by a few times, most recently Thursday.
Again, yesterday, two female officers came yesterday, pretty much asking the same questions, following up, making sure that I'd already been seen by the FBI and I've already been seen by the police. And they got my information also. So I've given them my information multiple times.
Mr. Bigsby is a 43-year-old man who's had a full career in the Army. He retired from a position of authority. He seems to be quite intelligent. He seems to be quite capable. And part of his capabilities seems to be understanding his rights. At no time did he request to see an attorney.
So you heard that. They said at no time did he request to see an attorney. But then that was based on what the police chief said was bad information given to him, because he truly believed that at no time did he ask for an attorney. Then they reviewed all the interrogation footage and they realized, crap, he asked for an attorney twice. Okay, so you'll see a different statement right after this.
Had he made such a request, we would have honored that request that I believe was mishandled by the Hampton Police Division. He made a statement that indicated that he wanted to have
against Cory Bigsby in Hampton. He's charged with the murder of his young son, CODI Bigsby. And today, his attorney filed a motion to throw out a confession statement he allegedly wrote while in jail. News 3 reporter Kelsey Jones has been inside the courtroom all morning. Good afternoon, Kelsey. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jen. I have been in court for hours, and court is still in session right now. And today has been eventful, to say the least. But Hampton's Commonwealth Attorney Anton Bell is calling today a day of reckoning and a day of truth, wanting to get all of the information out there today for the public to know and report. And for the very first time, we are hearing a alleged confession that Cory Bigsby wrote in Hampton Roads Regional Jail, giving it to an officer. And that officer was in the courtroom today and quite frankly broke down as he read Cory's confession. And also a former lieutenant with the Hampton Roads Regional Jail also testified, and she also just described to us that horrific statement in court. Now, CODI said, quote, he stepped outside of his apartment to get some items out of his car to wash clothes. And when he got back inside, he saw his son laying on the ground unresponsive, and he tried to revive him, but he couldn't breathe. So he stepped outside and prayed. Cory then put him in a trash bag and left him in the car for 3 days. The letter also stated he then drove his son's body to Garriott Morgan Boulevard. That did not sound familiar to me. So I did a quick Google search, and that shows that location is in Maryland. And so then Bigsby wrote, he buried CODI and then grabbed something to eat. So a lot of things are coming to the spotlight again. And as you all know, Bigsby's defense is trying to not have that motion granted in court today. And again, the officers, 2 officers with Hampton Roads Regional Jail took the stand and read that confession today in court. And Cory Bigsby's families was there in support, along with other folks who plan to testify again. Now, this will be a long day in the courthouse. My colleague Ella Nice is actually inside right now, so she will take things further and just keep you all updated for our evening shows today. But just be sure to stick with us on air and online, because many information will start to unfold this evening. But for now, in Hampton, I'm Kelsey Jones, News 3.
Son's disappearance, but they do include a handful of new dates from when investigators say Bigsby neglected his 4 young children. Allison Basil combed through new documents from the grand jury.
The grand jury just indicted Cory Bigsby for allegedly neglecting his children on 6 different occasions between December 13th, 2021 and January 25th, 2022. The indictments also include child abuse charges, which paperwork states could have happened any time between February 2021 and February 1st, 2022. Bigsby originally faced 7 felony child neglect charges after police say he admitted to leaving his children home alone on December 13th, 2021 and January 25th, 2022. In total, the new charges bring 19 more counts of child neglect, 2 counts of child abuse, and 2 misdemeanor counts of failing to secure medical attention for an injured child. Again, these 30 charges are not related to the disappearance of Cory Bigsby. Cory Bigsby reported his son missing to police on January 31st. In Hampton, Allison Basil, 13 News Now.
Bigsby's attorney, Amina Matheny Willard, released a statement yesterday calling the 30-count indictment against her client a, quote, modern-day lynching. She says Bigsby looks forward to his day in court, though no trial date is officially set.
Bills to create a new emergency alert system in Virginia are now headed to
Cory Bigsby, who was reported missing on January 31st, 2022. However, last week, new charges were filed against his father, and they were really shocking because everybody was really hoping that Cory would be found alive. Sadly, the new charges say that a grand jury indicted Cory Bigsby on murder charges, and the police believe that Cody was murdered 7 months before he was reported missing. So today, on Wednesday, June 14th, 2023, depending on when you're watching this, there is a hearing scheduled for Cory Bigsby, and this is all related to his mental health evaluations. His trial was initially set to start in November of 2022, but it kept getting delayed, and he's had several mental health evaluations, and today will be another hearing on that. If there's any news to report on that, I will do so. Make sure that you are subscribed and hit the bell so you don't miss out on how I update you, because there's many ways. There's YouTube Shorts, there's community posts, there's live streams, there's premieres, there's videos. So if you don't want to miss out on that, make sure you do those things. And if you really don't want to miss out, Patreon is a good place to go because you'll never miss a notification there. So let's get into this case and see where we're at. But he also said it was 2 a.m. and Cody was fast asleep in bed. So I'm not sure why he would even think that Cody would be, 3 or 4 years old at this time. He would have been 4 years old in his bed with all black clothing and wearing Spider-Man flip-flops. So then missing persons flyers were created and this case was shared a lot. If you've never heard of this case, let me know in the comments below. I hope that this episode will catch you up because it's been so devastating to follow, to see the community's done amazing. The police have been doing press conferences, and just to hear this outcome has been very sad for everyone. So there was no Amber Alert issued as Cody's case did not meet the criteria. For example, they didn't see any signs of an abduction taking place. So that would need to be part of the criteria to meet for an Amber Alert. But the FBI did get involved immediately. The day that Cody was reported missing was the very same day that the family was supposed to be moving into a new house just 6 miles away on Burns Street. On January 31st, 2022, the Hampton police held a press conference to ask the community for help in locating 4-year-old Cory Bigsby. They used drones, search and rescue dogs, cadaver dogs. They had people on foot searching, volunteers, every resource available to search for little Cody. And they've still not been able to locate him. Police have asked for surveillance video from the area as well. And the FBI also got involved, as I said earlier, immediately to assist in the investigation. They combed through dumpsters, bodies of water, and scoured the neighborhood for clues. The Hampton Police Department Chief, Mark Talbot, said, "We are interested in any video that anybody might have of something that they believe could be related. We aren't convinced that it happened at exactly when we found out about it. So if anybody out there believes that they have video or information that could be related to Cody's disappearance, we want to see it as quickly as possible."
We are interested in any video that anybody might have of something that they believe could be related. We aren't convinced that it happened at exactly when we found out about it. So if anybody out there believes that they have video or information that could be related to Cody's disappearance, we want to see it as quickly as possible.
Moving on to the status of the investigation, I'm going to provide some clarification on the person of interest in this case. The person of interest in this case is Cody's father. His name is Cory Bigsby. He is a 43-year-old Hampton man. At the conclusion of this press conference, his photo is going to be available for you on our Twitter platform.
Teams in hazmat suits searched dumpsters in the area, while Cory voluntarily went to the police station for questioning. So who is Cory? Cory Jamar Bigsby, a father of 8, is a retired U.S. Army veteran. He was an operations
jury will decide if Cory Bigsby is guilty of murdering his toddler, CODI BIGSBY.
The 4-year-old was reported missing from his home in Hampton back in January of 2022. Officials presume he's dead, but his body was never found. Turn on your sides. Comaria Bray is outside the Hampton Circuit Courthouse as things begin. Comaria?
This is expected to be a lengthy trial spilling into next week, and the judge is allowing Cory Bigsby's 7-year-old child to testify. Cory Bigsby first reported his son missing from his Buckrow Point apartment townhome on January 31st, 2022. For days, weeks, and even months, the community and police conducted searches, even outside the state. Mark Talbot, who's now Norfolk's police chief, led most of the investigation.
Being alive leaves traces on the world. If he were alive, I think we would know it.
Hampton police said early on Cory was their only suspect and that his story wasn't adding up, but they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. That was until June of last year.
Okay, what's up, guys? Okay, I just got back to the courthouse. We out here now. So I'm going to get ready to walk up in there, see what's going on. I can see from here. I can see upstairs into the windows of the courthouse. I can see all the people still sitting out there waiting. I don't know if you can see it from here. Not on my phone, but I can see it from my car. I can actually see the people sitting in the windows waiting for it to start. Now, here's the thing. The first thing they said this morning was, we're not open to the public. Only lawyers and the clients can come in. No police, nobody else in the courtroom today is what he said. He said the whole day. So I did get a chance to get me some food, a couple of fries and a burger. I'm still kind of hungry. So I'll walk back in, get an update on from everybody in here, because like I said, the people from Cody's Voice on Facebook are here. The local news ladies here. So there's a bunch of news people still up there. A lot of police. I guess these are the police that are going to testify in the court case. Thanks, Dolly. Not a problem. So I'm ain't going to hang out past lunch today because I'm going to be here all day tomorrow. So let me figure out what's going on. I'm going to walk in, see what's up, and then we might take off from here and just wait him out first thing in tomorrow morning, because this could go all day, and I don't know exactly when he's going to be leaving. Okay, so I'm going to get ready to walk back up into the courtroom. You guys hang tight. I'll be back with you guys in a little bit, okay?
Here? I want to say September. He was at my house. I know for a fact in December, around
Hampton back in January of 2022. Officials presume he's dead, but his body was never found. Turn on your sides. Comaria Bray is outside the Hampton Circuit Courthouse as things begin. Comaria?
This is expected to be a lengthy trial spilling into next week, and the judge is allowing Cory Bigsby's 7-year-old child to testify. Cory Bigsby first reported his son missing from his Buckrow Point apartment townhome on January 31st, 2022. For days, weeks, and even months, the community and police conducted searches, even outside the state. Mark Talbot, who's now Norfolk's police chief, led most of the investigation.
Being alive leaves traces on the world. If he were alive, I think we would know it.
Hampton police said early on Cory was their only suspect and that his story wasn't adding up, but they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. That was until June of last year. A grand jury indictment alleged the murder actually happened June 18th, 2021, months before he reported his son missing. Last summer, Cory's sister, Tandalia Butler, told our Chris Horn that wasn't possible.
My house.
When did you see him? Dates are going to be important here.
I want to say September. He was at my house. I know for a fact in December, a relative was at his house and Cody was very well alive.
Since that indictment, Cory has been through multiple mental health evaluations in which he was found competent to stand trial. And 2 confession letters were taken as evidence. In the first version, Cory stated he found Cody unresponsive. He says he tried to revive him and then buried him a short distance from a FedEx field in Maryland. In the second version, Cory said he beat the child to death before burying him. The trial begins with jury selection. It all starts at 9 o'clock this morning. Ladies.
Maria, what's the status of the child abuse and neglect charges he faces?
Well, he was charged with more than 20 counts of child abuse for leaving his 4 young children at home by themselves, but that's a separate case, so that'll be tried at a different time.
Maria, thank you very much. This trial. Last summer, a judge granted Bigsby bond with restrictions. Hampton Commonwealth's attorney Anton Bell appealed the decision. Bell told a judge Bigsby is a danger to the community and has a history of going AWOL in the military. Cory is charged in his son Cody's death, although the boy's body has never been found. Cody was reported missing in January of 2022.
Whoops. So I'm so glad that they did not mess up the entire case. You know, I'm not sure that Cory's family is so glad. They're feeling like it's red flags from the police, but I think the police have done their best, and that was a big mistake there, but they owned up to it, right? So yeah, but so what happened was they actually wanted to dismiss all the statements made in his interrogation video, but then the judge said all the statements before the time when he asked for an attorney, those will remain. They're not just going to throw out everything, right? So that's how they were still able to hold him on the neglect charges. Dawn Schaefer says, whenever we see any sus treatment of others, especially children, say something, do something. Better to have angry neighbors than missing kids. Yes, thank you so much, Dawn. And also there was a message from earlier. Tina, thank you for being a member for 6 months. And you say such a sweet baby, so sad. Yes, okay. So to continue on with our presentation with a timeline, right? We just saw those clips, which I think was important for context as well. On December 13th, we know about December 13th, he left the kids at home, and on January 25th, and then on January 31st, Cody was reported missing. The police took Cory in for questioning, which lasted several days and included polygraph tests. Bigsby's defense team argued that his constitutional rights were violated and he was mistreated when he was questioned by police after he reported Cody missing. During the several hours of questioning, they say the father wasn't asked to take a rest or sleep, and it was never made clear that he could leave at any point. And then the issue with the attorneys came up as well. Geneva Lopez, thank you so much. Is that for coffee? I see the coffee there. Thank you so much for your $3.99 super sticker. No, I don't know either. On April 26th, yes, Cory got a new attorney. Okay, April 26th, 2022. New attorney, Amina Matheny Willard. Cory's attorney filed a cease and desist, claiming the Hampton police chief and other officials engaged in a conspiracy to harass the Bigsby family, obstruct justice, and tamper with the jury in a criminal case. On June 13th of 2022, bond was denied. Again, the case, they said, is being sent to trial. Then, on July 6th of 2022, Cory was indicted on 30 charges of child neglect, not related to CODI's disappearance. This was all completely separate. All they knew was that CODI was missing. All this other stuff is things that they could charge him with based on what, the statements he made, what they said, what they found, all that kind of stuff. He could face up to 162 years in prison just for these charges. Then we get to August of 2022. Cory made statements in jail to a correctional officer at the Hampton County Jail that, number one, got the police and the FBI searching an outdoor area in Maryland, and number two, got a competency evaluation requested. CODI's body was not found in that area, but important, the statement led to the latest murder charges. So whatever the hell he said there, whatever the FBI and the police know about what he said there, that, of course, probably only he would know. Maybe they're pairing with information they know. That is how these new grand jury indictment charges came about. So they did take it to a grand jury, a secret grand jury. Grand jury indictment's always secret. But yes, a secret grand jury indictment. And he was indicted on murder charges. But it followed from this, from him making statements in jail to a correctional officer. Yes. I'm just checking what you guys are saying. Right on Josephine says mothers were not in the picture due to jail. I don't know. The mother of CODI is serving in the army. She's stationed in Washington, D.C., from what I understand. So she's made a couple of statements along the way as well. So August 2022, that's what happened. That's what really the case changed then after those statements. So this is what we have now. These documents literally just came out. And I'm like, what? When I saw this, what? It was like such a shock, because it's been like really long. It's been like, oh my word, what's going to happen? Where's CODI? What's happening? So they said in the circuit court for the city of Hampton, okay, June 5th, 2023, the grand jury transport, secret, conceal, or alter a dead body as defined in those codes with malicious intent and to prevent detection of an unlawful act or to prevent the detection of the death or the manner or cause of death in violation of those codes in the Code of Virginia as amended. Wow. Yeah, it's a sad picture of him. Shame. So his body's not been found. Virginia code is there. Witness sworn in court. Let me just quickly get the document over here as well. Just hold on one second. I just want to show you the second page because I didn't have it in here. So there that is. And here they say Virginia in the circuit court for the city of Hampton, June 5th, 2023. The grand jury charges that on or about June 18th, 2021 in the said city, Cory Jamar Bigsby Sr. unlawfully and feloniously did kill and murder CODI Bigsby. Those were terribly painful words to read. In violation of the Code of Virginia as amended. That was a shock this week. As I look at the date, it came out dated June 5th, 2023. Today is only the 11th. And that's when it's dated. I think it only came out like 2 days ago or so. And I'm like, what? Maybe a little longer. I don't know. Time flies, you know, especially in true crime, my word. But I'm like, whoa, this is so recent. I'm like, oh my word. They literally said that they unlawfully and feloniously did kill and murder Cory Bigsby. No. Terrible. So, okay. So that's what we have there. So he's presumed deceased. Then I just wanted to show you these little screenshots that I've got. You could see, never mind the legal battles, the ups and downs. This has been a roller coaster emotionally, right? This case, oh my word. But then they also said there were bones found like in a blanket, and it proved to be animal bones. So they were first like, oh my word, we found this in this area, and everybody was freaking out. But then they located the remains, and they were non-human, belonging to an animal. Cory Bigsby's mother released a statement to wait.
that it moves in the amount of time and the intelligence that supports that the child might be moving. There's no sense putting an Amber Alert out statewide in the first few moments of a child missing, but it is important to get it out immediately. We do it for weather reports. Why on earth isn't the media stopping everything right then and saying a child was just abducted? But then some of this responsibility falls back on law enforcement, who has to make the call. They have to say it's an Amber Alert and it needs to be released. And sometimes police are reticent to do that. But I'll tell you what, I gotta tip my hat to this police chief, because I've seen something in this case that I haven't seen in a lot of cases that we've talked about on this show, Vinny, and that is a police chief who is empowering and embracing the community to help him search. Just a few years ago in this very city, a child disappeared and police wouldn't use the help from the public. I think they learned a lesson, because they're putting these people to work, and people want to help. They want to do exactly what you've been talking about.
Absolutely. And this is a chief who, the community at first was kind of going after the chief here because of the Amber Alert situation, that this case didn't qualify for an Amber Alert. And there was a little scene at a public meeting. Let me show you what happened.
I've reached out to a number of these folks and made sure that they were aware of, from the very first day, what was happening.
You want a distraction? This is a distraction. We've been out here for 9 days straight. Why you want to sit here and call somebody a distraction? This is what you call a distraction. Don't touch me, buddy, boy. So this is what you want to call a distraction. Y'all want to sit up here on your throne, act like y'all better than everybody. We've been out here for 9 days straight. It's going to be 10 days tomorrow. I bet you won't be out there then. Y'all sit up here acting like everything all right. This is you need to go. You need to go.
Is Hampton Road. 10 on your sides, Julie Millay joins us now with the update. Julie.
From the start, police believed Cory Bigsby's father, Cory Bigsby, was the key to finding the missing boy.
There is a person of interest. We are
most interested in Cody's parents.
4-year-old Cory Bigsby was reported missing by his dad on January 31st, 2022. That report launched a massive investigation with a lot of public interest.
I'm just full of emotion with a missing child.
For close to a year and a half, there were no answers. As the investigation continued, police charged Cody's father, Cory, with more than 30 charges of child abuse and neglect, but not with Cody's death. Cory Bigsby is now charged with his son's murder and with hiding his body. According to court records, it's believed Cory killed his son on or around June 18, 2021, 227 days before he told police his son went missing. Mark Talbot has since left Hampton PD and is now Norfolk's police chief. In a statement issued to Wavy, he told us today, quote, "The news isn't a surprise to me. I hope that today starts the healing process for the family and for those of us who found ourselves in pain for a child that we never met." Cory's family has stood by him, claiming his innocence, but with his body yet to be found, police have stood firm on their position.
Being alive leaves traces on the world. If he were alive, I think we would know it.
Cory Bigsby will be back in court next week on Wavy News 10 at 6. Another look at the timeline of the investigation into Cody's disappearance. For now, I'm Julie Millay, 10 on your side. Not to address the public. However, I would like to speak to the support of the community. I sincerely appreciate all the volunteers, rescue workers, police, FBI, news reporters, the community at large, family, friends, and everyone who's showing love and support for Cody. It truly warms my heart. I'm praying for the safe return of my baby boy, Cody. And I hope the public and the community understand and respect my position during this tragic time. They also said a child's jacket and tire marks were found in the area where Cody was last seen. Cory's, I think it's his sister. The family said that initially when they searched, that area, it was covered in snow. So now that she said in an interview, how can they now be tire marks? And the jacket wasn't there. Now there's a jacket. So interesting at some point of like, what? So yes, as you can see. And that fence there is called Cody's fence, and people go and put like stuffed animals there and inspiring messages, encouraging messages and things like that. Yes. So Amanda Page says the animal bones were found in the ground, buried like you would a beloved pet that passed away. Yes. So remember in the Kylie Rodney case, the same thing happened where the FBI went to those campgrounds and then they also dug something up, and then everyone was freaking out. They crime scene tape and all went up as well, and they were like, "Oh, okay, my bad. It was an animal. It was an animal." So in that case, I feel very sorry for the people that buried their pet. Then you know what I mean. But yes, okay. TN Wildflower says his little eyes are speaking volumes. Yeah. And Texas Angel says, I remember when animal bones were found. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we can see that. And then on June 5th, 2023, Cory was indicted on second-degree murder charges and charged with also concealing a dead body. Cody would have been 3 years old then at the time that the new charges say he was murdered. So in June of 2021. An aunt of Cody said that she last spoke to him 13 months before he was reported missing, which was around Thanksgiving or Christmas of 2020. A typical grand jury in Virginia consists of 7 members and votes don't have to be unanimous. In March of 2023, Bigsby was transferred from the Hampton Roads Regional Jail to the Eastern State Hospital in Williamsburg for a restoration process in hopes that it would help restore his mental capacity to be able to stand trial. A hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, June 14th, 2023 for Cory, which relates to his mental evaluation to assess the efficacy of Cory Bigsby's mental health treatment regime at Eastern State Hospital. During Cory's last court appearance, he was determined mentally unfit to stand trial by one of the doctors, but then they said that doctor wasn't an official one that was listed. So then they said another one said that he actually was fit, and it's been a whole battle as well. That's been a battle too. And that reminds me a little bit of Letitia, right? Of just like, oh man, the delays with all of this. Then for anyone asking, but they haven't found a body. So how will this play out in court? The answer is as long as there's enough circumstantial evidence of a jury to infer that the victim is dead and the defendant is guilty, then yes, the defendant can be charged and convicted of murder. We saw that as well with Sincere and Classic Pettis, also known as Orrin and Orson West in the media. So makes sense, makes sense. Okay, so thank you, Janie. You say shout out to you, Gisela from East Texas. This is a picture of the fence as well. The Cody fence, a memorial honoring Cody in Hampton near Buckrow Point Apartments, continues to grow. That's when News 3 met Nancy Strickland, the organizer of We Are Cody's Voice. And Nancy's done a lot from what I could see, organizing a lot of candlelight vigils and, you know, this fence and just keeping the community going. So shout out to Nancy Strickland, the organizer of We Are Cody's Voice. She shared her emotions about the charges, which would be on a video clip, which we'll look at. I think I've got one pinned here for you after this, so just hold on 1 second. Shame. Cody, oh my word. So yes, Cory's mother said, it truly warms my heart. I'm praying for the safe return of my baby boy, Cody. I hope the public and the community understand and respect my position during this tragic time. Obviously preparing for the trial and to testify there. Cory apparently, well, this is interesting. Cory apparently wrote a letter to his attorney in jail. But she says it's nonsensical and bizarre. Now, this is reminding me of freaking Roberta Laundrie's letter. Like, what letter is it? Are we going to see this letter? What is it? Amina Matheny Willard had filed a motion to dismiss the case against Bigsby based on the discovery of this letter. She said it changes the course of his trial and shows deteriorating mental health. She said it was not a confession or a suicide note, but would not say any more. She asked a judge to seal the letter. Yes, Wavy TV. Yes, Aaron, precious boy. Yes, absolutely. Debbie C says, Wavy TV News was at the vigil last night. I saw that. I'm going to show that. Okay, so I am very curious about what the hell he wrote in that letter, because he's been acting quite bizarre apparently in jail. I mean, maybe his mental health really is slipping at this point. You know what I mean? But they say Cody's reportedly been stashing medication in his cell. He's been seeing children tapping on the window. He's been hearing voices. He said there's a machine in his head telling him to do crazy things. But there's a psychologist that says that when he interviewed him, Cody said he has had no such experiences and has never received psychiatric treatment in his life. Let's hope Dr. Lewis doesn't enter the room. Oh, my word. That will not go well, guys. Victoria Alford, thank you so much. Oh, my word. You say thank you for being you. That's so cute. And thank you for your $20 super sticker. I really appreciate your support. Oh, my word. Yes. And you could see he's lost a lot of weight and he's aged a lot too, huh? Sure. That is a hard 44, huh? Sure. Yes, and T and Wildflower says he probably wrote it to look incompetent, and Algoma one says he needs Dr. Lewis. Dirk girl. I know. Oh, please not, please not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And Jean says he's being haunted by his neglected babies. He looks so different. I was like, whoa, are we sure this is the same guy? I had to do a side by side and be like, wait, what? So, yes, and if you can share, like and share hashtag Cody Bigsby. That would be very helpful as well. It helps categorize it all on social media. So if anyone wants to catch up.
What is up, YouTube? There's 400 of you still in the room. Okay, court is still going on. It is like 11:15. So we're going to hang out here to 12. Right now, they're still selecting the jury. Okay, so the jury is still out. They're selecting them. I've seen them in the waiting room, the jury waiting room. They have a waiting room for the jury. Bunch of people. So a lot of that line that you seen getting into the courthouse this morning was a lot of the jurors. That's why they were here so early. Okay, so that line we seen getting in, I can't tell you which ones are jurors because they haven't picked yet, but we do know. Oh Lord, my battery's getting low. Let me grab my charger, guys. Hold on. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, Lord. So my battery's low. Let me make sure that's on. I got 52%. Let me put this right here for now. Y'all can see my fuzzy steering wheel cover. All right. I'm probably going to have to put this charger in my book bag. And it's starting to rain. Damn it. So, yeah, we may have to cuss this man out tomorrow. Let me see if I can set this in here. I should have brought the smaller jackery. The smaller one I got. Because it's going to be heavy. Oh, well. Grab my glasses so I'll be able to see. I figure in about 10 minutes we'll go sit in front of the courthouse. He's going to have to come out for lunch. And then if he don't come out by lunchtime, then I will just cuss him out tomorrow, okay? One way or another, he's getting called a baby killer. Just a matter of time. Check your TT and a video got another creator to do so to get you to 1,000. Okay, check your TikTok. Awesome. Yeah, definitely. You know, if y'all can help get me to 1,000, sub up Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. So that way I can go live from TikTok. I'm actually going to get me a second phone. I'm thinking about getting me the iPhone 15. It's a lot of money, but I've been thinking about doing it. Because I do a lot of videotaping from my phone. So I bought that expensive camera and I use the camera sometimes, but I tend to use my phone more than anything. So kick him, Dolly. I can't kick him. I can't assault the guy. Look at my little Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Y'all see that? Yeah, all I can do is say something to him. So I'll make sure I throw a few good words in for each and every one of you guys. Okay. We're going to go out there in a minute. So I want to be out there by 12. Like, I'm figuring they're going to go to lunch 11:30, 12-ish, somewhere in that range for the jury. So when they go out, maybe he'll come out because he's in there. He got to eat too. Even when he killed his baby, they said right afterwards he sat there and ate something, right? He sat down and he ate while his baby was dead. What a horrible ass person. Okay, what a horrible ass person. So let me get suited up, my mittens and my jacket, everything on, my book bag. We'll go sit in front of the court. We don't want to miss anything, but we're only going to stay to lunchtime. So if he don't make it out by lunch, I think that most of the people that were here streaming, they've already left. Okay. The people from Cody's Voice, they've took off. A lot of the police are still up there. There's a lot of media still up there. News 13, News 10, News 3. Got somebody sitting up in there. Well, they just got a notebook writing down notes, you know, sitting in the hallway for 5 hours. What are you writing, lady? Like, look, there's 3 journalists up there, right? 3 women. All 3 of them got a notebook writing something. There ain't nothing going on. So they're probably writing, oh, you know, a year and a half ago, Cody went, they're just probably writing down all the facts because there ain't no information for them to be writing because nothing's happened. Jury selection, sit here, right? Nobody, You can't hear nothing, can't see nothing. There's just a bunch of people sitting in the hallway. He is a disgusting person, a monster. That is absolutely right. That is for sure. All right, so yeah, like I said, we're going to be out here till right about lunch. Then we're going to wrap it up, and I'll be out here in the morning. I already followed up on TikTok. You have almost 850 followers on TikTok now. Jackie Young, thank you for becoming a member, Jackie. That is super awesome of you. So if you're just tuning in or you don't know what's going on, we're out here at the courthouse in Hampton, Virginia. Today is day one of the murder trial of Cory Bigsby, the father of Cory Bigsby. They are picking the jury right now as we speak in the courthouse right next to me. I guess day one will really start tomorrow. Now that we know where everything's at, we know who he is, we know what he looks like, we know who his lawyer is, we know the players, so they won't be able to just walk past us tomorrow. Okay, he got to slide by today. Well, he didn't. I noticed him, right? I noticed him, but I wasn't positive. I didn't want to go in on somebody. It'd be the wrong dude. He'd be like, "Yo, dumbass, I ain't," you know. So now I know his face. So don't forget about August Rush. He is a monster. Angie Beer, pure evil, all of them. He looks so old. He is 44 years old. He is younger than me. Okay? That man is younger than me. When you look at him, he looks like an old ass man to me. I keep forgetting I'm so old. I looked at him, I was like, this dude look oldish. Do I look that old? That dude is 44 years old. He looks like he could be my daddy. I was like, 44 years old? Like, you ain't even that old. He's been in the Marines and all these, in the military all these years. I bet they're proud of him. What a piece of shit, okay? I would thank him for serving, but I ain't, okay? Sometimes, what was it in Dewey Cox? They killed the wrong son. The wrong son died, okay? Remember that in the Dewey Cox story when he chopped his brother in half? He's like, the wrong kid died. Okay, just sometimes in the military, the wrong people get damn roadside bombed. Okay, let's see what that says. Is he on drugs? No, he looks clean. Granny Bassmaster said he looks as old as me. Dang. He is 44 years old. He ain't even an old man. I'm like, damn, dude. You look old as shit. Yeah, they have to choose a jury before the trial can begin. And that's what they're doing right now, is choosing a jury. Thank you for your service, Dolly. Boots on the ground. You're welcome. You know, I do my part. Okay, I do my part. I ain't killing no babies, that's for sure. You know, I'd rather be here covering a court case than be in a court case. I don't mind court when it's not for me. Okay, it ain't so bad when I know I ain't going to jail. Court ain't that bad. I mean, I can cover court cases. I just don't like to cover the ones I'm in. $100. You know it. All right, let me throw my jacket on. Let's get out here just in case something happens. I don't want to miss this idiot. If I get the chance to call him a piece of shit today, I want to take it. I want to use any opportunity to call this man a baby killer in my best Nancy Grace voice. Yeah, baby killer! Okay, we're going to get something today. Hopefully. If not, tomorrow morning, okay? He will know. He will know that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison because I'm going to scream that shit. You're going to prison for the rest of your life! Where's that baby? Okay, where's that baby? Hey, honey dip. What's good? What is good? I thought it was going to get warmer today. It actually got colder. Okay, I got my little mittens back. Got my book bag. Get the selfie stick ready. It's 65 degrees where you're at. Well, it ain't 65 degrees. I don't know. I don't know what temperature it is. It's cold. I know that. It's not really cold. It's chilly, I would say is the word. All right, let me get my book bag ready. God, it's heavy with that battery pack in it. I'm losing my pants here. All right, we're back on the mission. Now it's just time to wait them out. Hey, PJ. See you next. I'm not going back into court. This will be my last update. We're going to go sit them out and wait on them. If we don't see them by lunchtime, we get them tomorrow. Okay, but if he don't come out for lunch, because I can't take a camera in there, and if he don't come out, then that means we ain't getting out of here till 4 o'clock today, and I ain't sitting in this parking lot another 4 hours. I can tell you that. If I was in court, it'd be different. But since there's no court today, it's just me hanging out here. And there's like crackheads lurking. It's always good when people walk around talking to themselves. Like that person. I didn't even try. I was about to try to cross. I don't want to get ran over live on YouTube. But then again, that might go viral. I feel like Ernie Shell right now. Look, Dolly's in the street. Yeah, I remember my glasses today. So we just wait this guy out. We know he's parked across the street from the courthouse. We've seen where he came from. So we just sit out here and wait till lunchtime and see if he walks back to his car. Keep your shoes on. I plan on it. Oh yeah, oh Ernie walking around with his shoes off. Yeah, keep your shoes on. I got you now. I got you. That was his last escapade. He was barefoot. Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. Okay, see, they're still sitting in the windows. So, I don't know if y'all can see up there. That's the courtroom. Them are the windows outside of the courtroom right there. With the people sitting in the windows, you can tell they're still doing jury selection right now. So, nobody's been picked yet. These people out here, they're standing in the windows watching me broadcast. And it's starting to rain. Okay, that sucks. So we're going to do what we can do. We're going to get up under here underneath the building, though, by the building. And that way, if he comes out this door, we golden. I hope this guy ain't trying to rob me, coming sneaking up behind me. So, 444 of you in the room. Make sure you hit the like button. You're back going tonight from that big ass battery store. I know. I'm carrying the battery around in the book bag. Thing weighs like 20 pounds. But look, you can't go wrong with a Jackery. This battery that I carry with me, it's like a $400 battery. So nothing's dying. I could power a TV and a VCR with this thing in my book bag. It's like a Marina battery. All right, we're going to get over here because he's parked over there. Let's hope they let him out for lunch and he walks right by us, okay? That's the hope. It's nothing wrong with hoping. Plus, I'm underneath here now because it's raining. See, this has a roof on it, so I won't get wet. We're just going to go sit over here all patiently. The news still got their cameras out here, so they know he has to come this way too. Yep. You see, they still got their tripod in the corner. They still got their tripods over there. I guess they don't realize what city they in. I'm surprised somebody ain't stole their shit yet. You won't believe me. I won't be leaving nothing sitting around like that. I know better. I'm from the area. Okay, we're going to sit right here by the door. Let's make sure we get this right. We don't want this man slipping by us. He ain't slipping by today, baby. Dolly on what? Oh my God. I got this bag. Oh, wait, I'm stuck. Ah, shit. All right, there we go. Here we go. That was a little harsh. Hold on, let me untangle this. Nighttime vent. Keep going, turtles. Thank you. Thank you for your super sticker. Okay. Today we're on the hunt for a baby killer. I've been chumming the water. I know there's one here. Okay. Inside this building lurks a baby killer. And when he walks out this door, we're going to be here waiting on him. So, a little patiently waiting. A little patience. A little patience to pay off. There's the door. Y'all see a Dallas Cowboy hat come out that door? Y'all throw red stop signs in the chat. I don't want to miss him. He's parked across the street over there, so he has to get to his vehicle. And we're in a public space, so we can say whatever we want to say. It ain't against the law to call somebody a baby killer. Get him, Dolly. I'm waiting on him. You see the door. I'm waiting. I got my clock out. We're here. We're here. And thank you guys for the likes, for the super stickers. Everybody supporting getting Dolly to CrimeCon 2024 in Nashville. I can't wait to see some of you guys, meet some of you guys. I know Miss Ann said she's coming out. Short Legs is coming out. Dumpling's coming out. Huntress is coming out. Dolly is hiding. Yeah, look, he won't even see me. I'm gonna jump out. like so. So we got News 10 setting up now. I seen her upstairs earlier. So they're setting up their little stands and cameras and about to do their thing. Uh-oh, they got a dude holding an umbrella for her. That's what Dolly needs, an umbrella. Why ain't I got an umbrella, okay? You can get under my umbrella. Why is that man not in jail yet? I don't know. I mean, he has 3 days left, and he should be incarcerated for life. Okay, right now he's free, but he won't be free long. There's only 2 exits out of this court, that door and the door next to it. So either way, he's coming out this side. This guy's involved in this somehow. I don't know what he does, but he's involved in what he does. That guy that just walked in, he's part of it. I just don't know what he does. But he's been standing outside the courtroom. I'm assuming he has something to do with it. Okay, let's see what this says. Just peeking in. Keep up the good work, Dolly. God bless you and PJ. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, let's make sure we got the lookout. He comes out this door. We want to know. You don't know about this story? Well, really sad one. And that's the bad thing, guys. You know, in this country we live in, the media, they only really cover like your blonde hair, blue-eyed kids or the ones that are real mainstream. And a lot of these other kids like Cody, they fly under the radar. They go missing every day and nobody talks about it. Okay? So we're going to talk about it this week. If nobody else on the internet is talking about it, shit, we're going to talk about it. It's not even real big in our local media. It's not been real big on the internet. You know? If this was a court case for Summer Wells, there'd be 20,000 people watching right now. You see what I'm saying? But since it ain't as much, ain't as many eyes on it. Yeah, I don't understand why he's not in jail for child neglect. Well, he has been charged with a bunch of different charges of child neglect. They just haven't convicted him yet. And since they violated his rights, they gave him a bond. So he's out on bond, walking around, living his best life. You look like a stalker sitting on the corner peeping out like that. I am. We hunting baby killers today, okay? This is how you hunt for a baby killer. Like, you know, some of y'all might have been duck hunting or things like that, but if you ain't never been baby killer hunting, it's this new hobby that I got into just a couple years ago where I started hunting for baby killers. It keeps me busy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why the news, the dumbasses, don't come underneath the roof and videotape. Like, there's a whole section right here with a roof. They standing out there with umbrellas doing the news. You can walk right here. Matter of fact, your tripod's sitting right there. You can stand right here. I'll move. You can shoot your news right here. I don't get it. They're going to stand out in the rain. Dolly's smart enough knowing that I got a roof on this building, okay? Why are you standing out in the rain? Put that on the news. Dumbass. All right, who's coming out? This is the police. Just the police. He getting off work. He ready to go home for the day. That's the sheriff. Why are you wrapped up like it's below zero? Because it's cold. You don't see the skies raining. It's cold, and I'm sitting on the concrete. Look straight. The door is he coming out? No, I'll see him. He ain't coming out yet. He didn't go out the other side. He came through this door. He has to go out this door. There's only one exit from where he's at. 72 today here in Ohio. On the other side door, 75 and high. Nah, he hasn't came out yet. How's it going, sir? It's hard to believe they gave this man a bond. Look, that two cops see the camera. They're avoiding it. He walked that way. He walked all the way around that post. Trying to cut it. I mean, you the police. You should be used to being on camera. Okay, now look. The news people got their shit covered up with trash bags now. They standing out there with umbrellas and trash bags. They working hard for that money. I thought Dolly sacrificed. Okay, here's the lady from Voices for Cody. I should have brought her a sticker. I didn't even think about that. I had all them Cody stickers at the house. What's going on?
We're picking 2 sets of jurors.
They're picking 2 sets?
2 sets, just in case there's a mistrial.
Oh. Is that what? That's why there were so many people up there this morning.
There are 64 jurors.
Yeah, I seen them lined up. And then when I walked past the juror room, most of the people that were in that line was in that juror room over there to the end.
Yep.
So they're picking 2 sets. Have they picked the first set yet?
They're doing it now.
So I'm figuring they're going to come out at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Because you see, you got your dudes ready to go over there. He got to come out this door.
Yeah, they have to come out this door.
So
Yeah,
if
they'll
it,
come out.
so I'm going to try to wait them out. You know,
That's
so at
what
least till lunch, and then if
Yeah.
not, I'll wait them out tomorrow. But I'm hoping to get a good old FU in today.
Yeah, they're like I said, they're picking two sets of jurors, and then they say that might even go into tomorrow.
Oh. So they're saying it right off the bat, they ain't going to let nobody in again tomorrow?
Well, if it goes into tomorrow.
If it goes into tomorrow.
Yeah, but we'll know by the end of the day. Of course, from the news. I mean, I can't hang out here all day with stuff.
I mean, I ain't hanging out here all day either. There's just no way. I'm going to hang out here to lunch to see if I can, since I'm here.
Right.
You know.
That's what I said. I drove all the way fucking here, so, I mean.
And he walked in with nobody saying nothing to him. I don't want him to walk out like that. At least want him to hear it.
Oh, you wasn't here when he was hiding in the corner. Like this, like, at the courtroom 2. He was by the door hiding.
Yeah, I seen him by the courtroom.
Yeah, you could see him peek around like that, and then when they opened courtroom 1 for him to go in, motherfucker walking with his ass cheeks clenched.
He looked scared. I was standing over there by him. He looked scared. I was thinking today's not the day to look scared.
Not today, motherfucker. Not today.
Yeah, you got a couple more days to look scared.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, because his life is.
What if they let him go?
Huh?
What if they let him go? Has anybody thought about that?
That motherfucker's gonna get killed. I shouldn't be saying that either, but I know where he's at.
I heard he's staying out there near me. He's not on this side of the water.
He's out of the water.
Yeah, by me.
Yeah.
He's right down the street from me. I know where he's at.
Yeah.
I even told my viewers, I said I could walk to his house, literally from where I live. He's staying with his daughter. Yeah.
With a 3-year-old baby.
With a 3-year-old baby?
With a 3-year-old baby.
That's insane. Y'all hear that? The man is staying with his daughter with a 3-year-old baby. Crazy. I wonder why the news people don't set up over here. Why
They
are
normally do.
Why are they going to stand in the rain like that and try to videotape? That shit's crazy. I almost want to show them. I almost want to show y'all this guy. I can't get up. I got this heavy ass battery in my back bag. Say hey.
Hey guys, it's Nancy from We Are Cody's Boys.
Nancy from We Are Cody's Voice. So she did a lot of work. She did the drives out there. She put up the fence. She's been out there searching.
Did the Justice Ride.
The Justice Ride. So this lady is like a super trooper for kids around here. So make sure you check her out. Do you still have your Facebook page going?
Yep.
Voices for Cody?
We are Cody's voice.
We are Cody's voice. Y'all go add it on Facebook. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, they're like stupid. The one I was showing her the clip from Roller Young Live out here. Because they wouldn't let the one reporter in. She's out here bitching, saying it's a whitewashed news reporter. Give the black lady her time.
They let her in?
They let her ass in.
Into the court?
They let her in the courtroom.
She ain't even a real reporter.
No. No.
They let her in?
She's in there.
And they didn't let News 3, News 10, and News 13 in. Damn, y'all hear that? They let the Rhoda lady in, right? She's like Bullhorn Betty. You know what I'm saying? They didn't let the real media in. They let the Rhoda lady in.
Rhoda Young Live, yeah.
Yoda Young Live. That's crazy. Damn. She has no media credentials.
Nothing.
So she got up there bitching that it's because she's a black lady that they wouldn't let her in there?
And stating that the news footage that 31013 got, they were supposed to have shared it with her, and they've never shared any news footage.
Because she's not a credible news source, right?
She's not real media. She's a wannabe reporter that talks about pussy and dick online.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yes.
So she's sitting in there for jury selection.
Yes. Yes. Curtis Brown came out and looked at her and said, come on. That's what was taking so long, is that they were arguing about the media coming in. So they said, evidently.
Yeah, but how is she going to report to 13, 10, and 3 for the real news?
When she comes out, she'll tell it all.
Oh.
You know how news don't tell everything. She'll tell it all.
Well, good. We'll get to hear what happened at least.
Exactly.
You know?
I follow her, but I don't log on to everything she does because it's bullshit. But when it comes to this shit, I log on to it so I can see it.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna
Well, I mean, my girl, PJ, met her like a few weeks ago. She went into PJ's work, and PJ was like talking to her.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one, yeah. Because I recognized PJ, and I was like, what's PJ doing?
yeah, I don't. She came on, I was like, I met that lady from Facebook. And I was like, okay.
That bitch hates me. She fucking hates me.
Well, I don't think that's right. They let her in and not real media. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you supposed to get it?
Get the tag that says media, like JLR.
Yeah.
Media on the back. Shit.
All right, she pulled a JLR out here. Okay. Where's JLR when you need them?
Yeah, right?
She had her Bullhorn Betty media pass on. But you got to remember, his lawyer is like a civil rights attorney and stuff too. So it makes sense that they argue, you know, that argument.
Yes. Yes. And then with the judge being white, you know, he doesn't want to be.
Yeah, you don't want to seem like the asshole bigot judge.
Right.
So you let her win.
Right.
Fuck that. You know what I'm saying?
This bitch is married to a white man.
Uh-huh.
She's married to a white man. I called her. I was like, bitch, you ain't nothing but a fucking undercover racist. That's all you are. She'll be out here.
Well, we'll get to see it, hopefully. That's crazy. Now, if I was News 3, News 13, and News 10, you know, these girls went to college, all this shit, I would be raising hell up in there. I would be raising hell.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to let somebody that don't have credentials up into the courtroom and somebody that does don't?
I told the lady.
Either let everybody in or don't let the media in at all.
Correct. I told Angela Beaumont think she's from Channel 3. I told her, I was like, Roka's in there. She's like, what?
And that's a black lady. Why didn't they let her in?
No, Angela's, she's white.
Oh, what's the girl from she's an Asian. What's the girl? She's from 10, ain't she? The other girl that's up there?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. If it's like a race thing, we want a black reporter. Why not let a real black reporter in there?
Because Rosa will go and try to get a lawsuit and all that. That's how she rolls.
She'll sue them. Don't let me in, I'll sue.
That's how she rolls.
Oh, I hear that.
The people that got foster parents, the 3 younger boys, they're up there.
Are they sitting on the end?
The older couple.
Yeah, I seen them sitting on the end. I was wondering who they were. I was like, okay, they're not police. They're not from child services or nothing.
No.
Yeah, I seen them sitting there.
And then the oldest son, I guess he's 8 now. He'll be here.
Is he going to be on Zoom?
He's going to be in another room for a monitor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Makes sense.
Yeah. So.
You got the time now? I'm just hoping they go to lunch at noon.
11:52.
11:52. All right. We're hunting for baby killers out here. Yeah, when I looked him in the eyes, I thought he would be a little more. He looked frail and scared.
He did look scared, didn't he?
Yeah, I just like he looks like a. You hear it former military. I was thinking he's gonna be a bigger guy, and it's like he's a little frail ass, old scared man.
Pussy is what it is. Well, he can't beat up on nobody but little fucking kids.
That's what I was telling people. I was like, I'm gonna say something to him no matter what. He tries to do anything, I'll mop the floor with him out here. Plus, I'm in Virginia, that people are buying me out.
Yeah, I'm scared. They got it in for me out here in Hampton. I'm scared if I say anything, they ain't gonna let me in court.
Yeah.
You know, knowing them, they would do that because the attorney, the woman, she'll walk out on an arm.
Well, good.
She does it all the time. So I'm here.
Because she knows when he sues, she's gonna get a big chunk of money. Yeah. Because he got a lawsuit, if nothing else. I mean, but still, he still needs to spend the rest of his life in prison.
The last court date, she right there.
Okay, they letting some of the jury people out because that dude was in the jury room. Okay, that means they went to lunch. These people coming from the jury.
What's your channel, bud?
Dolly Vision. Like the singer, Dolly Parton?
Yeah, I thought it was you.
Right?
I watch about 15 of y'all.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what I'm thinking, because some of the people that were selected for jury came out. Yeah, Dolly Vision.
So what?
Dolly Vision. Like the singer, Dolly Parton. My channel is Dolly Vision. All right. All right, this is the moment we're waiting for. They let the jury out. That means he's going to come out. If he comes out, he got to come right out this door. We're going to be right by the door. Why you bullshit? We're getting right here. You get no choice but to come by us. Business card deleted, definitely. I gotta get out the rain though. I'm staying right here. When he starts walking, I'm walking with him. I'm gonna walk right with him. You watch. I'm not gonna say nothing that's gonna get me in trouble. I'm just gonna ask him where the baby is you know. No problem, guys. Make sure y'all just tune in and y'all like the video. We baby killer hunting today, okay? I don't know what a lot of YouTubers do with their time, but we out hunting baby killers. Come on out, bro.
Which that is so crazy. I wish I had more time.
There's the road over you guys that came out yet, but people, the lady that they let in, the road up lady. So he ain't far from coming out. Maybe we'll catch him coming past us.
Hi guys, got a quick recess. That was stopping me because they wanted to know what happened inside a Hampton, Virginia courthouse, and they are on recess. Guys, hurry in. I got about 2-3 minutes, and we must get back into the courtroom.
Okay, so no break.
Thank you for watching. The court started around. I'll be back there before I back in. Guys, we want to thank you for you. We want to thank Hampton Courthouse. We want to thank Anita Megan and Bullock, Mr. Anton Bell, and the prosecutor team. We want to thank Mr. Brown and all of them for listening to the judge to let me in. It was only 1 week the news station in, and they let Rodian Live in. And all the rest of the news reporters did me like this. How did you do to me? How did you do to me? How did you do to me? I gave them that because I belong to me. And y'all was locked out. And I was in. What about that? How you like me? Stop in the face. Guys, around 10:20, the jurors get to the room. I thought the courtroom, they gotta ask me what happened. Yes. So I just moved it, and he's saying the same. It's a secret for everybody. She said the last will be first, and the first will be last. Stop playing. At 10:20, the jury entered the courtroom. It was 34 jurors. We went from 68 to 34 jurors, guys. At 10:21, the judge asked Cory Bigsby, was he guilty or not for the murder of his son? At 10:21, Cory Bigsby pleaded not guilty to the murder of his son, baby Dolly. At 10:24, around 10:24, the judge also asked Cory Bigsby, was he, at 10:24, the court also asked Cory Bigsby, was he guilty in concealing a dead body? Cory Bigsby also pleaded not guilty. Presiding over the case is Judge Hall. At 10:20, the judge explained the process of the jury selection to the jurors. At 10:36, the Commonwealth was called to introduce himself and how many witnesses he would call. Anton Bell said he would be calling 19 witnesses to testify against Mr. Cory Bigsby.
19.
At 10:34, Mr. Brown, which is the defense attorney, Amina, and Mr. Singleton introduced themselves as Cory Bigsby defense attorney. Mr. Brown explained to the jurors that there will be 31 witnesses that he will be called. And some questions, they make sure they told them, make sure you're over age 18, have you been a resident? These are questions that the judge asked the jurors. Are you over age 18? Have you been a resident for a year? Have you served on the jury before in the last 3 years? Are you related to Mr. Bigsby? Are you related to the witness? Are you an agent or employee of Mr. Bigsby? Do you have any interest in this?
She done moved into my territory.
Have any information about this case from the news or anywhere like that? Several people in the jury said yes, they have heard about this case on the news. Jury number 12, 13, 6, 18, 19, 21, 22, 25, 28 said they have not heard anything about this case, and the rest of the jurors say they have. So once again, the 34 jurors that was inside the courtroom, they have 34, only 1, 2,
holding the building up. How's my battery low? Dolly, your expressions are priceless. Oh, I know. Jones and clipped your bird poop moment. Oh, Lord. That's okay. I'm coming back with a BB gun tomorrow. Okay? We got our TikTokers out here TikToking. Okay, make sure y'all sub up my TikTok because I'm only damn 100 away from being able to stream on TikTok. So, I don't think he's coming out today. Well, he might this afternoon. But I don't think I'm going to sit out here till that long because he has to get out of here some way or another. So I still find it hard to believe they didn't let the real media in. Oh, that's too much. Poor News 13, News 10. Look, let me tell you this. Our news around here is awesome, okay? The people from News 3, News 10, that's why I'm so friendly to them. Because I've been so many places and dealt with the media, and they're all assholes, right? But our media here in Virginia, they're not like that. I got to give our media credit, and I know they don't get a lot of credit. News 3, News 10, News 13, they act professional. They're all friendly with each other, and they all work together to bring Hampton Roads the news. That's how it should be. You go to Georgia and all these other places, the news people are fighting with each other and acting crazy and shit. But Virginia don't work like that. It seems to be a little different, a little better set up than that. Okay, so we got Rhoda over here, Rhodoing it up. So you see Rhoda. That's our Grizzly hood news right there, okay? I guess that's a win for the small media people, though, okay? That they let in a YouTuber or she is not even a YouTuber. She's a Facebooker. Look, the media over here is going home. They're mad. Rhoda done got the story. They're like, the hell with Rhoda, okay? Told you to follow Rhoda. They wouldn't let me in. I'm white, okay? She pulled the race card out. You know. People do that. And look, more power to you if you can pull the race card and it worked for you. Trust me, if I could pull the white race card, I would. But nobody cares when you white. Stand in line with the other white people, okay? They don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, more power to them. I'm not a hater. I want everybody to succeed. I want little creators to succeed. I want the news people. I want everybody to win, okay? So if she got the story, awesome for her, you know. Congrats to Rhoda. All jokes aside. You know, that's our job as covering stories. Whoever gets the story gets the story. That's the one thing that I think media don't like about YouTubers. I think because we can tell, like, we don't have to filter it. We can say exactly what we think, and they gotta go with the narrative of the network, okay? To whereas we don't. Andy Fox is fire. Yeah, he'll run right up on you too. Like if I worked for the media, I would be an Andy Fox. I'd be like, you just ran that motherfucking stop sign. Pull over, chasing cars and shit. You know how he does. So he's like, you just ran that red light for the 30th time. I've been watching you all week. So, damn. Nothing like a good rainstorm. Whew. You taking off? Nah, not yet. Okay. We'll see if we can get the lady from Cody's Voice and Rhoda into a fist fight out here. See if we can instigate a fight. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. And that was Rhoda's tripod. She left it out here. Okay. Rhoda, you're lucky I'm a nice guy. Okay. I know how much them tripods cost. You're lucky I ain't got it in the back of my trunk right now. I'm playing. I'm playing. I'm not a thief. I'm an honest guy. I wouldn't even let nobody steal your stuff. I'd be like, man, put that down. That belongs to Rhoda. I don't even know who she is. But apparently she got rights that we ain't got, okay? But anyway, she said, I was eavesdropping, guys. You know I was. That's why I was so close. But she pushed up on me. I didn't push up on her. She said that he pled not guilty, okay? He pled not guilty to everything. And basically she said that he pled not guilty, that some of the jury had heard about it. A few of the jury members had heard about it on TV. So they dismissed those jurors, and they're picking 2 sets of jury people just in case there's a mistrial or something like that. But it looks like he's not coming out for lunch. They're gonna stay in there. I can't see shit out. These glasses are all wet. I need windshield wipers. News 13. They got beat out by Rhoda. I hate to laugh at you guys. I hate to laugh, but I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh at that one. Okay. Somebody getting fired when they get back to the office. Well, I'm gonna tell you like this. If I ran a news station and you worked for 3, 13, or 10, and y'all let that shit go down and y'all didn't throw up a fuss or a fight, shame on you guys. Shame on you. You deserve to get beat by a streamer, okay? You deserve to get beat by a streamer. Oh, I'm telling you, Dolly, Wanda is the person you want to know. No, I don't know. I don't play that whole race card thing and oh you won't let me in because I'm a certain color or I don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying? We're all equals in this planet. That's the problem with the world today. To me, that's like a reverse racism, you know? They'd be like, oh, wait, you're against me because I'm a black woman. No, we live in a fair world these days. It's 2024. I don't care if you're fucking purple. I can't believe it. Believe it. Believe it. It's been one of those days. So they didn't even take a lunch. That what they did for the jurors, but you didn't see Cory come out. Oh, sissy ass dude. Get rained on over here. Somebody's going to have to do some explaining when they get back to the office. I know that. Somebody going to get cussed the hell out. They're going to be like, you didn't get into the courtroom. Why not? JLR would have been up in there. JLR would have said he was black too. He would have said he was a black woman. I'm going to try that if they don't let me in tomorrow. I'm going to be like, y'all won't let me in because I'm a black woman. See if it works for me. Okay, see if it works for me. I'm be like, I identify as a black woman. Y'all don't let me in. I'm suing the fuck out you, okay? I gotta sit in the rain? Oh, hell no. I gotta be out here with dudes 10, 13, and 3 while JLR gets to sit in the courtroom. Nah. That's too funny to me. But see, I like my local news, so I don't want to pick on them too bad. They just got beat out, though. That's too good. They got Rhoda in the court. They're out there filming in the rain. Oh, Lord, I'm soaking wet. The sacrifices I make for YouTube. So he pled not guilty. His trial will officially start tomorrow. Oh. Woo! PJ, I seen you sent me a picture. I don't know what it is yet. Hold on. Oh. Let me come out with some of these wet clothes. That was too good. I didn't want to laugh at the lady while she was videoing. You know. More power to her. I'm not a hater. I do find it funny, though. I do find it funny. I like seeing the small people win, okay? The underdogs, you know what I'm saying? I like seeing that. I don't like how she did it, how they went about it, but, you know, the whole I'm a black lady, let me in, it ain't fair, you got it. You know, you got the white narrative, why don't we have this? You know, I don't like that stuff. Stuff like that in this world divides people. We are equal, okay? Don't let anybody tell you anything other than that. If you're thinking you're less equal than somebody else, that's something going on in your mind, okay? Because the facts are this. We were all created equal. We deserve the same respect, the same love, everybody across the board. If you think you deserve something that somebody else don't have, it's because you're a fucked up person or you ain't worked hard enough to get it. So I hate that woe me shit. Oh, you done this because of this. I hate it. I hate it. Like, even if I got respect for you and you're, just say you was a super good reporter, legit, and you did that same type of shit, I can't support it. I can't get behind it. Now, I didn't see her do it. And I'm only going off of what people say. You know, I didn't see her get up there a bit because I walked out when she was up there. But I hate when people do that. I hate when people do it. And I've heard things about her too. But I don't know. I ain't never met her. I'm not really impressed by people. Like, I'm not big on meeting people or making a bunch of new friends. And like, people are like, oh, Rhonda, who the fuck ever she is, you need to hang. I don't need to hang out with nobody. Okay, Dolly does his own thing. I don't need any of these people. Okay, I'm gonna do my true crime no matter what. I've done this not one time have I sucked up to anybody or have I jumped around on panels and begged for subs and views or anything like that. I ain't gonna start today. Okay, I ain't starting today. I'd rather have 800 people on TikTok, okay, and earn my 1,000 people on my own, okay, then, you know, go kiss up to some fucking TikToker because they got a bunch of fucking subs. To me, I've never been too impressed with the TikTok thing anyway, because I'm more of a YouTuber type deal. So, all right, guys, look, we're going to watch a little bit of Cory stuff until I get back to the studio. I should be back to the studio in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, if traffic's dead, okay? So, you guys, I'll be back with you. I can't drive and have this on at the same time. So, I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes, and I'll be back at the studio, all right?
$44, huh? Sure. Yes, and T and Wildflower says he probably wrote it to look incompetent, and Algoma one says he needs Dr. Lewis. Dirk girl. I know. Oh, please not, please not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And Jean says he's being haunted by his neglected babies. He looks so different. I was like, whoa, are we sure this is the same guy? I had to do a side by side and be like, wait, what? So yes, and if you can share, like and share hashtag CODI BIGSBY. That would be very helpful as well. It helps categorize it all on social media. So if anyone wants to catch up on the case, or if they didn't know about these new charges or anything, they can find it all in one place. Yes, Pernil says horde. It's a horde 44, that guy. Look at him. Oh my word. He is so adorable. Like, this case, it's very heartbreaking. So yes, okay. Let me show you this. They say Cory Bigsby's family holds press conference about there was a $25,000 reward that they'd set up. I just want to make sure that this is the last slide. Just hold on one second. Yes, okay. Okay. Just going to show you this clip here. Make it nice and big for you. And then I'll show you the vigil as well. Okay. Let's hope this plays.
If we had any idea where Cody was, we wouldn't be here today.
Family members of Cory Bigsby say they are growing tired of waiting for answers.
For the police chief to come out and say, for those who claim to love Cody, if they would give us more information, like how much more information do you need if we've done everything you've asked us to do? It's not fair.
Hampton police say Cody's father, Cory Bigsby, reported the 4-year-old missing on January 31st. Almost 6 months later, the Bigsby family and the Hampton Roads community still have no clear indication as to what happened. Now, the family with the company Unleashed Entertainment are offering $25,000 for anyone who has information on Cody's whereabouts or what led up to his disappearance. Cory's uncle says they are offering the reward months later because they want to reach more people.
We need to get this out of Hampton. As long as it's just in Hampton news, in the area of Hampton, only Hamptons know, only Hampton is dealing with it the way the law in Hampton want to deal with it. But once it get outside of Hampton, then changes can be made.
Cory's family members say they believe Cody is still alive and hope this reward will create more.
So imagine how devastating this news was, because Cory's family is really fighting for Cory. You know, they are defending Cory. They're saying this is a setup, or they're pinning on him. They just can't believe this and all of that. So yes, Carla Q says, this happened in the city next to my town. I used to work for the Hampton PD, and I can tell you this is one of the most heartbreaking criminal events to happen there. The population is about 140,000. Thank you so much, Carla Q, for your input as well. I totally understand. It is absolutely heartbreaking. Let's just hear the last bit of this clip, and then I'm going to get to some more of your comments there.
Incentive for someone to come forward. And Cody's father.
Oh, sorry. That was it for that clip that I wanted to show you. Now, the next one is this one here, which is a vigil that they've had candlelight vigils throughout. Someone also asked earlier, how long has Cory been in jail? Well, since he reported Cody missing, because he was arrested immediately. He was taken in for questioning, and then the polygraph test, and held there for apparently 4 days, from what I'm understanding, and then charged with the neglect charges, right? So he's been in jail since January, or since early Feb, right? So January 31st, basically, the questioning started. So from February the 3rd, 2022. Kraken Creative Studio says they are tired of waiting. If your son would tell us what he did with his child, nobody would be waiting. Yeah. So he is, of course, innocent or proven guilty in a court of law. What I can say is, sometimes, right, families are in denial. Now, I'm not saying it's this case here. I'm just saying sometimes it can be really hard to even imagine that anything like this can happen. But I worry about the neighbor saying the kids never played outside. He never saw them. He once saw them, in the window there. The neighbor's account is quite interesting as well. The spelling is C-O-D-I. C-O-D-I, yes. So yeah, all over social media, especially in the beginning as well. It was with a Y, then with an I, and then the dad's name is Cory, and it can get quite confusing, but C-O-D-I, Cody. All right, so let's look at this clip here.
Night, right in front of the Cody fence, a candlelight vigil honoring and remembering the life of the young boy. Since he was reported missing last year, many have held out hope that he would be found alive. However, after recent news from a grand jury, I'm told what used to be vigils held to be hopeful of finding him are now memorials. The 4-year-old was reported missing from Hampton on January 31st of last year, and in the years since, people along the East Coast, like Nancy Strickland, made it their mission to search for the young boy.
There's been a tremendous amount of searches for Cody. Monday will be 3 weeks that we went to Maryland, Capitol Heights, Maryland, to put out flyers to bring awareness there.
However, on Thursday, Cody's father, Cory, was charged in the death of his son. The news shocked and devastated those who hoped Cody would be found alive.
You can see that in this case as well, yes, Tracy says kids never playing outside, red flag fiesta. Absolutely. And here as well, they're putting blue candles down and blue lights. And Cody apparently really liked Spider-Man. So if you want to share some blue hearts as well in this case, I'm still wearing my blue heart. This one I bought in honor of Gannon Stauch. And Gannon's, you know how Gabby Petito's family says her light remains? I feel like all these cases that we cover, like Gannon's light remains. And I quite like that the blue heart connects so many cases as well. We saw Madeline Kingsbury's case as well with the blue lights and the blue hearts. And in this case as well. It's nice. Yes. Okay. So let's continue on.
It came across my phone the other day. I literally just about passed out because I was so devastated. Deep in my heart, I knew, but it was never confirmed. And once I got that confirmation that, that he had been indicted on murder charges, and I was like, oh God, no. I broke down, I cried.
A candlelight vigil held by the organization We Are Cody's Voice spurred from the news. Many have rallied together since his disappearance, despite not knowing the young boy. Nancy says her connection to Cody comes from her being a mother and a grandmother.
And then I looked at that sweet face, that innocent face, those eyes. He touched my heart and he grabbed a hold of it, and it hasn't stopped.
Shame. That's Nancy Strickland, you guys. She's been organizing a lot of these vigils and Cody's fence and everything. It's really sweet. Estelle Pretorius from South Africa, where I'm from. ZAR means South African rands. Thank you so much. 350 rand. Thank you. You make a huge difference. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. Much to show, but I can show you the area if you want. I just want to show you this brand new document that dropped. This one. This was such a shock. As you can hear, even from Nancy, who's been working in the community on this case for so long. She said she nearly passed out when she saw this. So this is the news in this case where they say in the circuit court for the city of Hampton, June 5th, 2023, the grand jury charges that on or about June 18th, 2021, in the said city, Cory Bigsby Sr. did unlawfully and feloniously transport, secret, conceal, or alter a dead body as defined with malicious intent and to prevent detection of an unlawful act or to prevent detection of the death or the manner or cause of death in violation of the Code of Virginia as amended. This was dated June the 5th, 2023. And here they also said Cory Bigsby Sr. unlawfully and feloniously did kill and murder Cory Bigsby in violation of the Code of Virginia as amended. And you see that was on or about June 18th. That's pretty specific. 20.
His dad reported him missing. Philip Townsend has a closer look at the timeline of events since the little boy's disappearance.
More than a week after Cory Bigsby disappeared, Cody's father first reporting him missing last Monday. That was January 31st. Just days after his disappearance, police identified Cody's father, Cory Bigsby, as a person of interest in the case. On February 3rd, police arrested the dad on 7 child endangerment charges, but they aren't related to Cody's disappearance. Then the next day, 5 days after Cody's father reported him missing, Hampton police announced they were shifting gears from a mass search effort to an evidence and intelligence-based operation. On Tuesday, a judge denied bail for Cory Bigsby, and all week long, people have continued forming search groups looking for that 4-year-old, not giving up hope. And investigators say they will too continue searching for Cody, but they've had few other details to share.
Hampton police still want to hear from anyone who lives near Cody or may know the little boy, his father, or any of his siblings. Use the camera on your smartphone to scan that QR code that you see on the left side of your screen for more information about Cody and details on submitting tips to investigators.
missing in the search for 4-year-old Cory Bigsby.
Police are saying just a little bit, but the boy's mother has something to say. As we've told you, the focus of the search itself has changed over the last several days. What people in the neighborhood want is more information from police. 10 on your side's Brett Hall has more on that, as well as the statement from Cody's mother. Brett?
Tom and Anita, frustration seemingly present for all involved at this point. But tonight, for the first time, we are hearing from Cory Bigsby's mother. Now, we are not naming her right now, as she is not accused of doing anything wrong. And according to Hampton's police chief, she is not a person of interest in Cody's disappearance. But she wants the community to hear something from her. Tonight, the question for the last 11 days remains the same. Where is Cory Bigsby? Searches by police and community members continue in Hampton as the 4-year-old's picture is shared far and wide. The goal? Just bring Cody home. Cody's mother telling 10 on your side in her first statement since her son's disappearance. She appreciates all everyone is doing. She says in part, "It truly warms my heart. I am praying for the safe return of my baby boy, Cody. I hope the public and the community understand and respect my position during this tragic time." The statement went on to say she is reluctant to say more about the situation at the advice of legal counsel. She alluded to possible involvement in the legal case. No charges have been filed in Cody's disappearance, but his father, Cory Bigsby, is currently behind bars on child neglect charges that stemmed from the police department's investigation. Still, the community wants more answers. Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot telling City Council last night.
I want to start by thanking you all for not being a distraction throughout a very long and difficult investigation.
He says detectives are focused on getting it right.
The evidence about what likely occurred has been very clear. There's little about this that has been mysterious.
Cory Bigsby was transferred to the Hampton Roads Regional Jail in Portsmouth today. He'll be there until at least the end of the month, awaiting a bond appeal hearing. His attorney tells us that he's hopeful Bigsby will be released so he can assist in the search for his son.
Ten on Your Side has learned a grand jury indicted Cory Bigsby on charges connected to the death of his 4-year-old son, Cody. Cory Bigsby reported Cody missing in January of 2022. Authorities have long presumed the boy is dead, although his body has never been found. 10 on Your Side's Lauren Moss is live in Hampton now with more on this breaking story. Lauren?
Cody's initial disappearance sparked a community-wide effort to locate him. Cory Bigsby was arrested shortly after, subjected to a controversial extended interrogation by Hampton police. 6 months later, a grand jury charged him with 30 counts related to child neglect and abuse. All of those earlier charges related to the treatment of Cody's siblings. This new charge is actually the first one linking Cory to the disappearance of his son. Authorities have long believed that Cody was not in fact kidnapped, but killed. That's even as volunteer efforts to find him have continued up until recent weeks. We've also learned that Cory Bigsby was recently deemed fit to stand trial. He has been found incompetent earlier this year in order for treatment at Southern Virginia Mental Health Institute. This comes as he's due back in court on Tuesday. I'll have more on that ahead at 5. In Hampton, I'm Lauren Moss, 10 on Your Side.
of missing 4-year-old Cory Bigsby was denied bond. But that decision did not come quickly. It came after over an hour of arguments. Now, no cameras were allowed inside the courtroom, but we can show you some footage from that initial bond hearing. If you remember from back in February, Cory Bigsby was denied bond after it was discovered he had an AWOL conviction in the military and was said to be a flight risk. Well, that was discussed again today, with Cory testifying that it was due to a miscommunication between his higher in command and following a 4-day weekend when he was job hunting for life post-military. Commonwealth Attorney Anton Bell then discovering Bigsby was actually gone for 3 weeks and in the United States for part of the time he was supposed to be in Germany. Anton Bell also noting Cory Bigsby's previous assault and battery charges in 2018, as well as the possibility of obstruction of justice. Bell argued if Cory is released, he may try to tamper with evidence related to the disappearance of his son, Cody. Combine these three arguments, and Judge Savage, who you may remember was brought in after all of Hampton's judges recused themselves from the case, denying Cory Bigsby bond, saying he's a flight risk and a risk to the community. We caught up with Cory's aunt after court.
He's done nothing wrong.
Do you believe he's a risk to the community?
He's not a risk to the community. He's been down here all this time and ain't harmed nobody.
Also discussed inside the courtroom today, the mishandling of Cory's interrogation by Hampton police and the FBI. Bigsby's lawyer, Jeff Ambrose, recounting hours of interview footage from the days leading up to Bigsby's arrest, stating that Bigsby was in HPD custody for 72 hours, despite not technically being under arrest, and after asking over and over again if he could go home. 62 of those hours were after he asked for an attorney and was ignored. Jeff Ambrose also described evidence that Cory Bigsby was denied sleep, was told to put chairs together to use as a bed, and was psychologically pressured. From Hampton, Penny Commit, News 3.
All right, let's bring in tonight's guest. Joining me in Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator Jason Jensen. In San Diego, California, retired director of the San Diego Police Department Crime Lab, Jennifer Shen. And in Hampton, Virginia, Commonwealth Attorney Anton Bell is with us as well. Thank you all for being with me tonight on the show. Anton, I'll begin with you. We're in that courtroom today. It was all about that hearing and that bond hearing. But before we get to that, I want to start off. During that hearing, you did mention that Cody is missing and presumed dead. Any updates at all you have? I mean, that's what this is really all about. It's about Cody and finding him, figuring out what happened to him. Any updates at all on the search and investigation into his disappearance?
Well, first of all, good evening, Michael. What I can share with you is that so many avenues were exhausted concerning the search for Cody. He is a 4-year-old who, according to his father, disappeared in the middle of the night and just went outside in the snow. And there's no evidence to confirm that or even to corroborate that. And as you can well imagine, that was back in January of 2022, January 31st. We're now here in the first week of April, and there's absolutely no signs of him. Just in legal law enforcement, when we know we go this long and there has been absolutely no sign of a life of the person in which you're looking for, particularly at this young age, there is a tendency to believe that that person is deceased, and everything right now that we have found thus far is pointing in that direction.
All right, now today's hearing, let's get to that. Some of the things that were argued at that hearing were outlined in that piece that we saw, but I want to check in with you. And you made the arguments that he should not be released. You talked about the seriousness of the charges. You talked about some previous charges, also some issues with the armed forces as well. Outline some of the things that you argued as to why Cory should not have been released into the community.
So under Virginia law, when you are determining whether a person is eligible for bond, there are several factors that can be taken into consideration. The two main factors are whether that individual is a flight risk and whether that person is a danger to the community. And so the defense obviously try to offer to the court that Mr. Bigsby was not a flight risk or was a danger, and they tried to bring up his military background and his career, stating that he had a stellar career. I was able to obtain his military history, and I was able to show the court through his military history that not only did he not have a stellar career, but his career involved the AWOL, and it was at the very, very end of his career. And so they allowed him to go ahead and retire. However, during the evidence, it was shown that instead of this individual saying that there was a miscommunication with higher-ups and it was only a 4-day weekend, he was actually missing for more than 3 weeks. And while they thought that he was in Germany, where he was stationed, he was actually back in the States in New Jersey and had been there for quite some time. In addition to that, when talking to his commanders, he stated that he was currently in Germany with his wife celebrating I believe it was a birthday, and the facts from that AWOL hearing showed or determined that he actually caught a flight from McGuire Air Force Base days later. So it was no way in the world that he was actually in Germany. So it was a few things in his military background that we were able to show that this is a person not only that would not obey commands and would not obey court orders if given. However, he had this deceptive background and this manipulative background, and all those things were brought out in court.
Now, Anton, there were also some disturbing allegations made by his attorney about the interrogation, the amount of time he was in there, the way he was treated, being denied counsel. I'd love to get your response to that, and how do you think that might affect the proceedings going forward?
Well, here's the thing. The issue concerning how he was treated and what the officers did or did not do, those are issues for suppression. And so if they can show that the statements that he gave that in some way will show guilt towards some of these charges that are before the court were not made voluntarily or knowingly or intelligently, or if he asked for an attorney prior to those statements being made, then obviously they will not be able to come in and the court will suppress them, which we have no problem with that. Here's the problem. The problem is he was read his Miranda rights and he did waive, and all of those things were caught on video. So it's not the officer's word versus his word. It's all on video. So you can't, deceive that part. And in addition to that, any statements that he made any statements that we plan to use came prior to him invoking and asking for an attorney. And I know he detailed like they had been in there for many hours, but when you go through the timeline, you can see that the majority of the statements were made somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 hours or less in the custody of the police department and the FBI. So they have a hard hill to climb in reference to that. So we feel pretty confident that we'll survive a suppression hearing.
All right, now you talk about statements. The only statements as far as the public knows that he's made are that the child left the house in the middle of the night, and that's all he knows. Are you suggesting there are other statements here that could incriminate him in some way?
There are statements that incriminate him concerning the charges that are before the court today.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. Now, the other thing is right now in the investigation, I think you stated as such that he's the only person of interest in this investigation. Why is that? And do you have something that suggests he's the only one? And what's in your power to perhaps get him to talk if you believe truly that he knows something about what happened?
Now, that part, Micah, unfortunately, I cannot disclose at this time because it's still an ongoing investigation and they are still looking into other leads involved in this case. So unfortunately, I can't go into details concerning that. But I will say, given the fact that, and this is public information already, we know that this defendant is the last person to see Cory Bigsby alive, and that's our belief. And that is the theory in which we believe that evidence supports. And so as a result of that, that's why he is a person of interest.
All right, let me bring in my investigators here, Jason Jensen and Jen Shen. Say that 4 times fast. Jason, let me start with you. You heard the situation here. They believe he is the one. He was the last person to see them alive. But there's no real trace yet of of Cody, and where do they go from here in terms of trying to figure out what might have happened to him?
Right. Typically, when you're investigating the disappearance of a child, there's basically three categories that you look at. You're either considering it as a child abduction or a wander off, or in many cases, death and concealment. So clearly the evidence, given the fact that this was winter time, you didn't find some toddler wandering around. There wasn't footprints in the snow. So, you know, whether someone broke in the house to abduct this child, certainly Cody would have alerted somehow. Cory would have noticed somebody coming in. So clearly, I think by process of elimination, we're down to death and concealment. And it does happen. And when you have a father with a history of child neglect, it's entirely conceivable something happened while he was absent from the home or the child was out of his sight, that he panicked and did something to conceal his child.
So Anton Bell, you're fairly sure that this is not a case of an abduction, for instance, that in fact maybe the child did wander off and then was perhaps abducted. You're fairly clear that that is not an avenue you need to be chasing.
I'll just say this, Michael, the evidence does not point in that direction. The evidence points in other direction, and it has been pointing towards the father.
Jen Shen, I would imagine if there was some sort of abduction, there would be evidence of that they could find. It was a winter night. I guess there was snow on the ground. There would be places they could look to verify that. And this idea that they really have honed in on the father. I mean, talk to me about how that sort of evolves and how you eliminate these other roads, these other possibilities.
Well, when you go in to evaluate a crime scene as a scientist, you have to keep everything open and on the table. So we do not let ourselves be biased by whatever situation witnesses might have said, a suspect might have said. So you go in looking for any clue of any kind. So if you're looking at an abduction, you're right. If someone came into the house, broke into the house, went into his bedroom and took him, then you would expect to see some kind of evidence of some sort, whether that's shoe prints or tire tracks or cars coming up to the house, which you could maybe perhaps catch on video, etc., or some kind of disruption within the room itself, hairs, fibers, saliva, blood, anything. There could be so many things that could be left behind if you go in and get a child out and take the child out. Now, it can be done and has been done. There are cases where someone breaks into a house, takes out a child, and they don't have anything to lead them to a specific suspect. But if you have an absence of anything that would point to that, then you're naturally going to look at the next option, which would be that the child wandered off or the death and concealment, which certainly does seem like the likely scenario here.
All right, so Anton Bell, I mean, you're pretty clear. It looks like you're very confident he was the last person seen with the child. So the only thing I can think of, again, you may or may not be able to answer this question, is maybe there's a witness. Do you have a witness who saw the child with him? That gives you that kind of confidence to say he's the last person seen with him?
Well, I'll say this, and this is something, again, that's public information, so I don't mind sharing it. In his statement to the police, his initial statement to the police is that he was the last person to see Cody, and that Cody woke up around 2-something in the morning and said that he wanted to go outside and play in the snow because it had snowed that weekend. And his father told him, no, go back to bed. His bedroom is upstairs. The father said that he fell asleep on the couch downstairs. So anyone who would have broken into the house, now remember, this is a military veteran of more than 20 years, a sergeant in the military. Anyone who would have broken into the home would have had to pass by their father, and not only pass by their father once, but pass by their father twice, to go upstairs and then come back with a child that does not know him, and go outside. And there were no footprints or no fresh imprints in the snow when the police and the detectives arrived on the scene. So there, and that's just a little bit of it, but just to kind of give you a little open window into some of the things that we were able to clearly see and kind of get a clear undertaking of what was going on.
All right, and finally, in the last little bit of time we have left, what's next for Cory at this point?
So we have a preliminary hearing, which is in Virginia, probable cause hearing for a determination of whether this case or charges are going to go towards the grand jury for indictments. And if they return true bills of indictments, then we will try him. And there's also the potential of new charges that may come forth as well. So right now, this is still a very fluid situation. And again, because the investigation has not ended, because we have not found Cody. So that's not going to end. That's going to continue. And so if more evidence should be uncovered, then we will at that point make decisions and determination as to how to proceed legally.
All right, let's hope we find this little boy one way or the other, bring closure, and let everyone know what might have happened here. And bring the right people to justice at the end of the day. Big thank you to Anton Bell for joining me this evening. Truly appreciate it. We really appreciate your time and hope that you'll come back and speak with us again soon. Jason Jensen, Jennifer Shen, you're going to stay with me because when we come back, it'll be time to...
All right, guys. Hey, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It's traffic. I had to take a different route back because the traffic's so bad with the rain. So it's going to be a little bit before I get back to the studio. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up with you guys. I will be back live in about an hour. So make sure you tune back in. Until then, you guys be safe. Peace.